Yo, we're back for day 3. Welcome, gamers, one and all. With me, I have Stormraid. Hello, Stormraid.
Hello, hello.
And Mr. Rake as well.
Hello again.
For purposes. Remember to start your Discord stream if you didn't, by the way, as well. You did it? Perfect. Yeah, right. I'll leave you boys to it. I'm ready on time whenever you are, so...
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, today we're going to be doing GTA 5 any% classic, just with a slight adjustment, and that is the usage of the director mode menu, which is a glitch that we found roughly 2 years ago, actually a little bit more, and since have been optimizing into their own categories. So we're going to be doing like the any% classics, basically the category you all should be aware of, and DM is where we then shake things up and make this interesting. The rules are fairly simple. No fast travel taxis, no mission skips, ending C, so Death Wish. But contrary to most other runs on the leaderboards, as I said, DM is allowed. I have Rake with me. Rake, you did run DM like a little bit at least, like one Travis and a couple Epsilon runs, right?
I'd say a bit more than a couple. So I do know my way around DM, but not so much the full any% classic route. Although should be fun to watch still, and I hope I can provide a good commentary for you.
Yeah, I think if you are familiar with the basics and like the way the menu works, and you can probably find your way around it. So I will be hitting enter in after short countdown, and then the text Ludendorff 9 years ago will appear on which the timer starts, and about timer ends where we're in 5 hours. Rick, do you want to count me down?
Sure. I can do the same countdown thing as we're used to.
Exactly.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
There we go. And of course, the prologue, first of all. Our beloved. The entire clue around DM is the fact that I don't think many people are going to be familiar with even what DM in its essence is, but it's just like this Rockstar feature where you can record your own movies and stuff, and for that they give us a menu which lets you teleport around and do a bunch of stuff, and in order to, this glitch basically is to get access to that very menu in free roam. But because GTA 5 doesn't allow you to go into free roam until 10 minutes of runtime, we do have to play through Prologue and FNL first before anything really is getting interesting here. So same procedure as 2 days ago when Rake did Epsilon. First we have to go through these 2 missions.
Yeah, should be pretty straightforward. These 2 missions are very well optimized in that we basically have everything nailed down to the second.
Depends on how you look at it.
Storm's movement is very precise here in where he is running and jumping, using a mix of both third and first person to run around, depending on when it's faster, sometimes very quickly switching between the two. I feel like it's a thing that often gets overlooked, the movement tech in GTA 5 in commentary, although it's very important to making the run faster.
Yeah, I think it's really... I like it. There's this one section on casing where, given that it's the same in DM, I'll explain that when we get there. But it's really always where knowing where to go on third person, where to go on first person, where you can run, where you can't, where jumping is better, where not jumping is better, all that stuff. It's really interesting, and it's so subtle that in a game as glitch heavy and drive heavy as GTA 5, people just really don't care about too much, and it's a big shame in my opinion, because it does make the game a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it definitely does make things more mechanically complex, which I think is fantastic for any speed game, because of the options it gives you.
Great start already.
Yeah. Another form of movement is tab movement, of course, where you get into combat mode by shooting and then just spam tab to constantly put your gun out and put it away to move basically the fastest you can, in theory, on whenever it works, which is usually just outside. But yeah, that's prologue shootout, and next up we have prologue skip. I don't think we got a good chance to explain it in the chaos of Epsilon yesterday, or did we? I feel like I gave a
think it was
very
fine.
rough explanation. At least I kind of understood. I gave the brief overview, but not maybe so much how we pull it off.
Then do
Do we
you
want
want
to go over that again?
Yeah, sure.
If you want me to, sure. So yeah, the idea is we're gonna skip an unskippable cutscene. I feel like I said that a lot, but that's okay. By triggering a mission fail after we get a checkpoint, but before the cutscene can play. So in order to do that, we're going to get out of the car up here later on. Then we're going to shoot out the gasoline tank until it starts leaking fuel. Then we will bail out of the vehicle while it is moving, so that way the vehicle can be in the zone where the cutscene and checkpoint can be done, but we haven't triggered all the conditions yet. Rather, they will all be conditioned as soon as Storm gets back into the vehicle. So he's setting up the gasoline trail. Oh, that looked a little
It looked
close.
very late. Yep, shit.
All right. We get to see it again. Gives me a little more time to explain. But the idea is the gasoline is supposed to, or the fire is supposed to destroy the car at on the very few frames. There's like a very small, like single-digit frame window between when the checkpoint is given and the cutscene plays.
Sure.
So as long as you mission fail in that gap, you're good to go.
The ironies haven't failed to skip in like months. So obviously this happening now was predetermined.
I mean, that's just a marathon moment. It was
Yeah,
bound to happen. Something always goes wrong, without fail. Just gotta be ready for it. Uh-oh.
I hate my life. Okay, whatever. We're gonna watch the cutscene. We'll give up now.
Well, I mean,
Oh no,
you
not
call
like
it
have a
giving up when
chance
there's...
anyway.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
I think I would have given up anyway. Okay, this is gonna be like a 7-minute prologue, which is a good start. Also for my confidence, but hey.
It's fine. It's fine. You're just padding out the time for when you inevitably finish way under estimate.
It should technically be way underestimated, but that's the thing with this category. You soft lock so incredibly easily that I don't even know.
Well, you have safety
We'll
saves,
see.
right?
I do have safety saves. The problem, obviously, is that, well, you know, safety saves aren't too useful, are they? It's like, it's director
They're
mode.
not. Yeah, because director mode does not transfer through loading a save. So, if Storm were to soft lock and have to load a save, he would have to re-enter director mode. Which honestly isn't the end of the world if you know a setup. Like, I think in a marathon setting, if, depending on how bad things are, I think we could reasonably let you taxi to, the
Yeah, I
DM setup
suppose
spot.
so. I'm not 100% sure. I guess we'll see it if it happens. I don't expect it to happen, actually. Like, classic, the version without OMO is a lot more lenient. Like, you can have a bunch of things that are very time-consuming and that might actually... Like, in my PB, I lost 4 minutes to dying once in a shootout. It can be really, really painful, but I don't expect it to be a potentially run-killing thing. Let's put it that way. Run killing as in having to resort to getting the menu back, having to restart the game, any of that bit.
Yeah, I mean...
True, that exists too, although I don't know the lineup. Or the setup, rather.
It's fine, I could teach you how to do it on the fly.
You know the online setup?
No, but I can learn it.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, if you want to, go to Gordo's PB and look at it.
Oh, that's a good resource for it. I mean,
Yeah.
I know someone posted in, like, Misc discussion before.
Yeah, I
I
remember
just plan on
Twisted.
digging that up.
Yeah. You know, Gordo does it in his PB. I actually know why. Probably because, like, I mean, the ladder setup is kind of finicky. I've failed a lot in my early attempts.
Yeah, it's a bit tough to learn.
Yeah.
Although, of course, I had to learn the ladder method for what I was doing with DM. So,
Yeah, exactly. I think it's also faster, not by a lot, like 10 seconds or so.
I mean, I love a good 10-second time save.
I mean, yeah, me too. But it's something you can tank if you want a more stable experience. Or stable, consistent, I guess.
Mhm.
Okay. Hey, remember we gotta be careful with these rides, homie. Simeon ain't about to stop my bed yet.
But yeah, this drive is well, I was about to say mostly the same, but no, it's straight up the same as in any other non-mission skip run.
Exactly, yeah. Gonna be seeing a lot of usage of Franklin's power here. Obviously one of the most useful... Oh, that's a great one. One of the most useful tools when it comes to the speedrun. Franklin's power is probably like the thing that people talk about the most when they're trying to explain the driving tech in this game. Which is funny, because for us it will be basically relevant. Because one downside of director mode is that you actually do not have Franklin's, or any abilities for that matter, available to you. Using them actually causes like some kind of like semi-soft lock where you're like stuck to walking, which is very easy to fix, so you just have to enter a vehicle. But so if I accidentally click that button, I'm gonna be walking around a little until we find a suitable car.
Yeah, not ideal, so here's hoping that doesn't happen.
Let's try not to like lose Lamar here. Good.
Yeah, this looks good. So yeah, just gotta release the cops, and then drive to Franklin's house, and then that'll be FNL. Did you get reapplied cops?
I actually don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that. I hope, should be fine.
Whatever, it's just a few seconds if
Yeah.
you did.
It's a funny spawn too. Just really about dodging spawns here.
Yeah, you can get pretty unlucky with cop spawn sometimes. But yeah, this should be fine.
Oh, not this guy.
Yeah, just go for it, you'll be fine.
Hey, you don't see me driving here?
Yeah, he's even continuing straight.
You can also skip a few lines of dialogue by spamming switch here
Hey, what's up?
and only letting one of them play out.
So, Jimmy, how do you assure you are the
Very fun tech.
Yeah, it's some very nice micro-optimizations we found over time. Most of which are...
It took a long time to adopt for people to adopt it though.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why actually. It is quite easy. But honestly, it's like something that I think, it's like saves like half a second or something, so I think, I could see people just not wanting to bother.
I suppose. For beginners, yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
shit, it's good to be home.
Okay.
What's up? Can a low come up?
DM time.
In time.
So, how do you want to explain DM entry?
Yeah, that is a really good question. Here we go. It's like the first important bit. So, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a ladder launch now to put us high in the air. And then we're going to pause and enter director mode, which we can do as long as we're not falling, so we have to do it at the apex of the jump. And then we're going to be going back to Storm mode and we're going to be capping our FPS to something very low. What we do with that is we stretch out the time it takes for us to load back into free roam. And in that process, because this is no longer, we die. And by dying, while transitioning from one mission state back to the other, if we now enter DM, we will be able to use the director mode menu in free roam. It's a decent enough explanation, I think. And
Yeah, very good.
it's getting quite techy already. There are a few things to director mode, and I thought about it a little, but I think it is probably easiest if I just explain these as we move on. Like, I think trying to explain this entire menu now in one go is a lot to ask for. What I just set up is a user location. The probably biggest time save that comes with DM is the ability to teleport around. What Rockstar gave us is like, I think 20-something predetermined positions. Like, for example, the Del Perro Pier, which is where we need to go, so it's a very convenient one to explain. But they also gave us 2 user locations, and these are just custom locations you can set whenever you want. You just need to not be in a vehicle, you need to be on foot. So I just set one there, right by the spot where we set up the EM for the first time, because we're gonna have to return to that very place after this mission. And as you see, we just teleported to the pier by using the menu. And as you can imagine, this is the most useful part and the biggest time save overall throughout the run, by just being able to teleport to the location closest to where we want to drive. Makes it a little silly that you can't use fast railroad taxis maybe if you instead, you know, teleport around. Because these are preset places, and even the user locations you obviously have to be at the position at some point. It is not as strong as taxis, technically speaking.
Yeah, I guess at best it can match taxis with its versatility, but while also being a bit faster to load in.
Yeah, that's like the upside, right? Like a taxi, you'd have to call. So the mouse being like very funny here. A taxi, you'd have to call. You have to wait for 10 seconds for the taxi to arrive. If you do a quick cab, you can actually get it in 10 seconds. Otherwise, you also have to like dial it first. As we maneuver through reposition, there's just something like some of the smaller normal stats. They're like really hard to explain. But another advantage of DM that you can see immediately is Franklin's holding an AK, which he really shouldn't be holding at this part of the run. That is because DM does give you access to like the default loadout, I guess it is, of every weapon you have available to you by progression, which is quite useful. Like you're not limited to this crappy pistol. And there you can see the teleport now back to the original place. This here.
Yeah, very nice skipping that entire drive.
Yeah, especially if stuff like Franklin's Power, which would be useless on a bike, but technically speaking, when we're thinking broadly, even given that Franklin's Power is gone and driving is a little more limited, being able to teleport at least parts, if not entire drives, is very useful. And we're gonna be grabbing the Buffalo. Just don't want to be relying on a random car from the road. I do it that way. Some other runners do it where they take the Buffalo for repossession and then take a random car, or rely on the bullet spawning for pulling. But because I said the user location is so close, the bullet almost never spawns. The bullet is the vehicle we arrived, or we used during repo. But because, and it's meant to teleport after us, but because we're so fast, like in lore I think Lamar takes it, but because we teleport there immediately, the bullet doesn't actually catch up. So we're stuck without a car. And yeah, once again, we're going to be using of the closest teleport location available to us, in this case Ellis Downtown, which is very close to the car. And I said another user location at the toll lot, because this mission is really just, I think Viper said it that way, go to a place, pick up a thing, bring the thing back to the place. And as soon as the yellow dot spawns in, we can just teleport, and that's it.
Ah, so that's what you were waiting for.
Yeah. Just a nice way to skip some dialogue too, because then the mission ends immediately. As soon as the minimap appears, we can teleport back and do the next mission.
Very nice.
Alrighty. Chop is a special one. Chop is actually one of the few missions that hardly, if at all, save time in director mode. That is because where we want to go, in like the beginning of this is great, actually has no user location or preset location that's very close to it. So we have to rely on something that's a little further away. Work. Gonna be quickly setting up another user location here. That is the storm drain I'm gonna be using here. And I hit the skip, great. Oh, what did I? Yeah, I did.
Hmm?
No, I didn't. Okay, we're good.
No, you didn't.
That looked weird. Usually Lamar waits a little further behind. I don't know why I didn't hear, but yeah, so this isn't very close. And in the original drive, like in the normal speedrun, I suppose, we can actually be really fast because the road we're driving is basically one straight line. And we can make use of a lot of brake boost and Franklin's power to get this van to insane speed. But because we don't have power here, that actually doesn't work. So we have to rely on this teleport, which ties a very good drive. But it ties it doesn't save time, so it's actually not that useful. And as the mission progresses, the GM also doesn't save time. Yes, there we go.
I was about to say, I mean, the important thing is what it saves, or whether it saves time compared to doing the normal drive without.
Yeah, and that it definitely does.
Power.
We're restricted by DM in this section, but obviously it's not worth to like lose DM and get it back or something. As you can imagine, the setup is quite lengthy. So we just, I guess, swallow the pill here. Lose a little bit of time, although my gold is like a 6 flat, which is better than my gold in the normal job mission. But some people are very good at this mission. I'm not. So for me it still saves time, but like if someone like unnamed, for example, were to attempt this, he would lose time on job compared to his normal time.
Maybe that's why Unnamed hasn't done director mode.
Maybe that's why. The chop timeless. Another strat we'd like doing here in the normal speedrun is the D-skip, where we drive very far ahead of D and trigger conditions and trigger the cutscene early. It's a very complicated skip, and given that I can't showcase it here, it's not too important to explain it. It is possible with DM, but it's a lot harder because we can't get that far ahead of him. Gordo found a way to make it work mostly consistently. I just didn't want to bother. I had a mediocre success rate with it, and it's a marathon. I don't want to fail even more. And yeah, this section is also just like a chase sequence, right? We just run after D here, trying to catch him together with Chop. And that's another one where you can imagine DM doesn't save time because, well, what am I gonna do? Teleport to the end where D is gonna be ending up at? It's roughly here. I know, we have to follow him. So no DM time save here either. And the same will apply for the final drive, because the final drive is dialogue based, so we will actually have to wait out the dialogue, even though we can arrive at the position we need to go to much earlier. The game expects us to wait for the dialogue for some reason. Usually it cuts dialogue off. I don't know why it's done differently here in Chop. On this mission, Alex.
Nah, DM just doesn't save time.
Okay. That's why this is 40 minutes faster than world record and like an hour 10 faster than my classic PB.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good time save.
If you wanna...
Yo, that was a good job push.
Yeah, but then... Oh, okay. Kinda saved it. Yeah, chop push is obviously similar story. Like, I don't say... Okay, this was very bad. First one's really good though, so this is probably like average. Chop push is another thing where DM obviously cannot really do anything for you. How would it?
Got a bit of a crazy question. Since you have grenades in director mode, do you think it could possibly be worth it to lob a grenade to kill the other dog instead of having to run up, shoot it, and run back? How'd that go?
It's very hard. It's close to impossible to get a lineup. I think I managed to do it like once out of like 20 attempts, so
wow.
Don't think that's worth it. And even that wasn't a good lineup. Like, I think I actually lost time with a chop push because of that. So yeah, unfortunately not. But it is a very cool idea and a bit of a sweet dream, maybe.
Yeah, maybe something fun to do in a marathon, but not in an actual run.
Yeah.
If you had a consistent way of doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and yeah, here you can see we just have to wait out this dialogue. If you do trigger the yellow dot, which is where we originally in the mission want to go, like we kidnap this guy and want to take him to Lamar's place, but then because Lamar uses his cell phone, we have to drop him off where we are and then drive here. If you do trigger the yellow dot, nothing happens. So, because it shouldn't physically be possible to even reach this place. Bad dialogue too. And the user location we set up earlier at the start of this mission is just like a very small time save here. And I guess this brings us to the next good advantage of DM, and that is being able to adjust pedestrian and vehicle density. With one click we can despawn basically all traffic. And we have invincibility, which means we can do stuff like this.
That boy, I am his mentor. So, Mr. Kenneth, where are we at? Financing?
Making use of another teleport here. I'm familiar with this one.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, this is the one close to Michael's house, which is very useful. Gonna be seeing that a bunch. The good thing about GTA 5, especially in its early stages, but really all throughout the game, is that GTA 5 centers its missions, like you obviously have this like where you start a mission, so like I just refer to them as hubs. GTA 5 centers itself around hubs during sections of the game. In the beginning, that is the dealership at Simeon, or maybe in the beginning that's Franklin's house, then the dealership of Simeon, then Michael's house, then the garment factory where we do the entire jewel store heist part. And because we have 2 user locations available to us, what we often do, because these kind of overlap, is that we have these user locations set to those hubs. So now we set user location at Michael's house. We did set one earlier in the cutscene at the dealership. And that enables us to very quickly go to these locations to start, and often also finish missions, because many missions just start and finish at the same place. And that makes this very mission complications a joke, because we just have to quickly drive to Michael's and then just teleport ourselves back immediately. And there we go. As simple as that.
Nice.
See the Simeon fights, because that can be a pain in the ass. Looking fine though.
Unfortunately, no director mode optimizations here.
No. But yeah, because the next mission starts at Michael's house, we just use this very teleport spot. And start the mission. Just gonna be running around the yellow marker, because we don't want that. This plays like a rather lengthy animation of Michael. And because the checkpoint is actually set in the car, so running to the car, we just teleport away, which mission fails us, and then be put in the car. And we're gonna be teleporting to Golf Club, because that's ever so slightly closer to the location we need to be heading next.
Oh yeah, speaking of user locations, there's probably one little caveat we should mention, which is you can only set a user location while you're on foot.
Yes, exactly. You're a bit more limited through that, because you can't do anything while you're like in a vehicle. So if I like drive past something, yeah, I need to get out if I want to use a location. Which obviously like is a little bit of a time sink. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Just paying too much attention on hitting the line.
I mean, that's still quite a time loss.
Yeah, I mean, I eat those. Like, I don't think I care a lot. That's, I guess, the thing, because director mode saves so much time. Most of your time loss will be centered around director mode optimization of failure of executing certain strats. That micro strats like these, even though this probably did cost me like 30 or so seconds, I don't even really care about, because I mainly care about optimizing the DM part. Father-Son is a heavily scripted mission. All of what you're seeing here is scripted. Even the cars, which is why I could try and disable vehicle density, it wouldn't do anything because it only deals with randomized traffic. Not scripted cars. So DM doesn't get us anything here. Where it does save time though, obviously, is in the end, where we have to drive back to Michael's house. There, obviously, we're gonna teleport again. But for this section of the game, or this section of the mission rather, once again, no real usage of DM.
Alright, now look for my son!
Dad? Wait, you're the guy from the dealership. Yeah, and it's a long story, bro. Jimmy!
It's not even looking too good.
Let's see how good your Jimmy pickup is.
I think it's a bit too slow. Yeah. So like you need to pick up Jimmy within 4 seconds. If you don't, Franklin will do exactly what he did there. fall down and then climb up again. Because I was a little slower on the entry, lost a bit of time there, my cycles weren't quite correct. Father Son is a mission that builds itself around these cycles, where it's really just if you're too far away, the animation won't start, which is why it actually... I have to drive back a little. Oh, I don't. Which is why if I miss the entry properly, the animation of Franklin jumping on the boat will start later. In turn, the animation of Franklin throwing the guy off will start later. And that just kind of spirals out of control a little to an extent where the traffic prevents me from getting a clean Jimmy pickup. It's probably like a decent enough explanation. Yeah, trying to line up like a small dialogue skip.
It's just a thing. At least you still got a son. So you sure you're good?
One thing I've noticed about that dialogue skip that I'm not sure if people have really caught on to is that you can actually make it a lot easier by using Alt to delay dialogue. And for whatever reason, it just makes the window for getting the dialogue skip a bit bigger.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Franklin, right?
Yeah.
Yo, so like, since we're
That makes sense. What I realized, what I'm not sure why people did that, people had like lineups on the road. What I always did is I just trigger the yellow dot and then go back like a few centimeters and then I'm fine. But yeah, this mission is also really fun because what we do in the speedrun is a buffered ledge grab, because this mission starts exactly where we finish Father Son. But because we need to wait for a text from Jimmy and then need to outdistance the mission marker for the mission marker to actually spawn, we do have to drive away a little and then try and port ourselves back. Which is obviously in DM trivial, because we just teleport away, get the text, and then teleport back. And now the hill climb. I'm scared of this.
You're gonna do great.
We'll find him. How you catch him? It wasn't hard. They were in my house, in my own bed.
The clue with the hill climb, it doesn't probably look so hard if you like, start off, you know that this is a strat you really don't like. The clue with this hill climb is to just keep your wheels on the floor, on the ground rather, to the best of your ability so you retain grip. With that it's a no-brainer, but it's very easy on this bumpy hill to just kinda lose it.
Yeah, my main strategy for keeping the car planted as well is to just make sure that you're driving at a lower gear than you probably would if you full send it.
Yeah, that's also true. I just see a lot of people really overestimate the amount of speed you need and just like try and full send it, but then they kind of go flying on these bumps. And yeah, obviously you're gonna teleport back. Gonna quickly put the phone up so we don't get a phone call to just cause some extra dialogue. And as you know, maybe if you played this game before, Martin sends goons after us that try and kill us, but because we just arrive at the house or teleport to the house immediately, these goons don't even spawn, so we don't need any funny despawn tactics. And also a bit of RNG, because we need a random bike or car.
Ooh, you don't sound good, buddy.
It's pretty...
Tactful and charming, even
I think
in
art.
come see me, old friend. I'm living in Los Santos, just like you.
Slight advantage is that we can continuously change the vehicle density to reroll traffic. But ideally I'd like something scripted here. Nothing really. It's a big shame.
Oh, there was a bike.
Where? I didn't see it. Fuck.
It was up on the road that you were
let's see
at
this.
before, but...
Oh, and this is looking very bad. There's like nothing here.
Oh, no.
Oh, there you go.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah. What you need... Oh, not what you need, but... Oh, for fuck's sake. What you... in the speedrun need is basically just a bike, because you do get on and off your vehicle a lot in this mission. I found that it, for some reason, doesn't make that big of a difference here. Like, because we teleport around a lot, the drives you take are shorter, so any type of car, like if there's like a semi-decent supercar parked on the side of the road, I take that any day of the week. Whereas in the speedrun, you probably try and shoot for a bike anyway. And because you can reshuffle the spawns, there's also a good chance you just like get a bike you usually wouldn't be able to get, like a Bati or a Cucho. And I actually wasn't paying attention. I'm not sure if I got the phantom here, but should be fine.
Surely you did. Like, I think the drive is long enough to where you can't miss it, right?
We cut a little with DM, like that's the thing. We teleported to Ellis downtown to get a little bit of a shorter drive, which I actually, for that very reason, wondered if it's even worth it.
Oh, yeah.
But even if we didn't, yeah, I guess we just like lose a little bit of time on carbine rifles. That's really, at least for me, I don't know if other people who ran DM can relate to that. To me, that is really the hardest part, where you're so focused on getting all the settings right, correctly reapplying traffic, setting user locations, etc., that you just kind of lose track of the normal strats that you still have to do.
Excuse me.
So I don't know, it's like stuff like text that is really a little easy to lose track of.
Dignity aside, I think that might just work.
But maybe that is just me. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, whether it's you or not, it is still an important thing to consider, that extra layer of strategy.
Of course. Maybe also a matter of not being used to it. I mean, I didn't run this category in a while. Also kind of fun, we can like enter this from the wrong side. Wrong side. Not the side the game wants us to do. This is where the first potential softlock comes into play. We struggled with this a little bit back in the day. Where there's a chance. Okay, so what we're doing is we are rigging the phone of like some CEO, or not too important here. And in order to do that, we go infiltrate his office, then plant the bomb, go home, and watch him at the keynote. Then at some point when he pulls it out, we detonate the bomb. We detonate the bomb via calling him, like calling the phone, I guess. And the problem with that is that okay. The problem with that is that if we obviously want to teleport back out of the office to our home, obviously, because we don't want to walk out. And the problem with that is that if we don't do that quick enough, what happens is that you cannot pull up your phone, which means you can't call the guy, which means you're technically speaking soft lock. The way to avoid this, as I said, you just have to teleport as quickly as possible. Like, it's really instantaneous. So I'll make sure I have this ready, and then immediately teleport, and I'll know if I got it, if I can jump, which I can, so we're good here. Oh god.
Yeah, I'm feeling some, if any runners want to stay relevant, we might see a couple friend request splits get renamed to United Healthcare. Am I allowed to joke about that?
I don't know. Should probably fine, right?
I've probably said worse on marathons in the past.
Yeah.
I hope I have. Because if this is like me at my worst, uh-oh.
It should be good. Yeah, now we have to wait for a minute and 40 seconds or something. I mean, it's a little less now. We already started. We have to wait for this keynote. In mission skips, there's actually a way to skip this with director mode, where one of the settings, I guess I can like go into settings a little, is the wanted status. So we can set this too high, when you get 5-star wanted level, and then we fail for, I don't know, Michael, Heat, whatever, something like that. Obviously, in the speedrun, we're gonna keep it on disabled because we don't want to be bothered by cops in any way. You can change the weather, which I guess is just good if you want to avoid rain. You can change time of day, which can be useful in certain spots. But for the most part, like, we play around with that a little to not get certain time of day change cutscenes or something. There's a couple. Which can be a problem on a mission like Nervous Run. If we set our time of day to something very like midday, we will mission fail because the game has a condition: if you wait too long, you just the game considers the bikers to have dealt with their shipment. But for the most part, time of day is something that's a little underused. Get the phone call and then teleport back, because that spawns in the next mission. You will see me change the time of day a lot regardless, and that is because DM I mean, DM wasn't designed to be used during missions. So a lot of things like cutscenes, switching characters, sometimes just even ending and starting missions, causes the settings to bug out. I assume because like some missions have set vehicle spawns or remove proofs, which in turn means that something like invincibility just gets unapplied. We will no longer be invincible after watching a cutscene, for example. And that, as you can imagine, is not what we want. We want to use these. And changing time of day refreshes that. It works for everything except for vehicle density. That we have to set to something and then set back to none. But that is why you might be seeing me change time of day a bunch, even though it seems to really serve no purpose. Now we're gonna quickly be cheating on a race so that we don't have to buy our son a new TV.
Eating?
I mean...
In a marathon?
Oh boy. Would you say that teleporting ahead with on a bike race is legit?
I mean, I guess it's only cheating in story, which is
yeah, exactly.
Very fitting for Michael's character.
Exactly. But yeah. And up comes one of the coolest strats we have. Actually, kind of forgot to set up. Where... Okay, so the way this works is that if you teleport while on foot, you will be put on the pier. But because the pier is not a valid road, if you are on a vehicle, what the game will do is it just puts you below it for some reason. And if we have our vehicle density set to high, what will happen is that these boats will spawn. Which is pretty cool, because instead of having to swim over to the... Oh, this probably won't work now, because the game's kind of bugged. You have to... For some reason, you have to, like, be on... Yeah, exactly. On this small island in order to get on it. I don't know why that is the case. But, yeah, instead of having to, like, swim over to the yacht or using some camera manipulation to spawn in a potentially slower boat, we just teleport ourselves down there and then, get on these jet skis. But these will only spawn if your vehicle density is set to anything. So we have to previously set it to... I use high, you can also do it to low, it doesn't really matter.
Daddy, you just killed him!
And because we have a micro SMG, we can actually...
They're both dead, I can't believe it!
Oh, I just lost my menu.
Take a deep breath, baby. It's okay.
Okay, that's great.
I'm taking you back to
Should be
work.
fine. I will detail that in just a second.
Raider, get him!
I don't think we know what causes this. But what can happen is that you... On certain missions, if you apply something, you will lose the menu for some reason. But yeah, I was gonna say, because we're watching a cutscene, I should be able to get it back. This also happens on TPI and a few other missions, and I'm... Okay. The other thing, I don't know why that started happening. This is the bug I was telling you about earlier. I cannot do anything. I'm stuck to walking. I'm trying to jump right now. I'm trying to pull out my phone. Nothing will work. I don't know why that happens. It usually happens when you try to use Michael's power, for example.
Does
I
it
didn't
happen
click anything.
randomly sometimes?
No, it just exclusively on this section. I don't know why, because I'm not using Michael's power, unless I, like, for some reason fat finger it sometimes. But I don't think I do. I haven't figured that out. It started happening, like, roughly a few months ago when I started trying to get back into DM. I don't know why that is the case. I am a little clueless. Yeah, it's like, it's not the power button. I didn't press the power button.
So, even in DM, this Hinga Warp is still worth doing?
Yeah. There is no grey teleport. There is LS downtime, but because we do want the texts, we resort to this. So, like, what you could do is you could teleport to LS downtime and wait around it a little bit. No, we still do this. Might be... I thought about trying to, like, save suited up Michael. It's like you can switch actors, which can be multiple instances of Michael. Which can be multiple instances of Michael. So it can be one way he has a suit, and it can be one way it's just like in the default outfit. So I played around with that a little bit, but I didn't find anything that is significantly faster. And yeah, because we now are at the jewel store heist prep part of this run, we're gonna set a user location at the garment factory because we have to be returning here a lot.
The shop's on Little.
Another hub, I see.
Mm-hmm. Sliding to DM, exactly.
Your FIB buddies, they know you're back in business.
FIB buddies? What are you
Alright,
talking about?
but because the second hub is no longer needed, which was previously Michael's house, don't need that anymore. What we're gonna be using is we're gonna be like making our life a little easier by triggering the yellow dots, leaving the car, and then setting the user location here. So after we return from taking the pictures inside the jewel store, we can just teleport back to the car and not have to run back. So it's more quality of life thing.
Security features, the alarm system, ventilation, cameras.
Sir, thank you.
Glasses are live, shoot away. Shots come through.
I guess you can't do the easy
Yeah.
dialogue skip here.
Fence check.
There is a dialogue skip where you use Michael's power to delay the dialogue, which you can't do. It should be doable by spamming Alt, but I didn't bother with that. It doesn't save a lot of time, so. And same principle, obviously here.
Some construction.
Yeah, if they're gutting the place,
This is what I was speaking about. This is where movement tech is really important, where first person up the stairs is faster, third person inside, jumping is faster. Climbing ladders you do in third person, but if you can, you avoid climbing ladders at all and just climb up. Using your pistol to optimize the movement a little.
Coming out of those vents in Vangelico originates.
And then we run on the edge because you don't want to be climbing over all those half walls. Again, third person ladder.
Hey, I see the vents.
It's just very optimized, doesn't save a lot of time to just like running a third person around all the way, I guess.
West side, get a shot from there. You've got a good vantage. Now use it and get
Yeah, I guess the only thing you can do to make that section faster is to make use of the glitch that got discovered, where you can just make Michael go absolutely
Oh,
flying
yeah.
by a ragdoll.
Exactly, but that I didn't want to bother with. Because we're
Oh,
so
yeah, it's
fast, we have to
incredibly
wait
difficult.
actually here. Yeah, it's very
Oh.
hard. Yeah, I actually have to wait here for one line of dialogue. Okay. And up comes carbine rifles, which, especially if you know how this mission usually looks, is gonna be very fun. But let's see this first.
Yeah, this mission is incredibly cathartic in director mode.
Yeah. Oh, what am I doing? No. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I wasn't able to. Whatever. Just gonna lose 5 seconds here. In the normal run, it is very. Carbine rifles is one of the worst missions because you're gonna be hijacking, I guess, a truck of policemen, which can kill you, and you're gonna be. Then afterwards, obviously, cops are gonna. Okay, that's a
Ricky?
good one.
Oh no!
And afterwards, you're gonna be. This is what happens when you explain. And afterwards, you're gonna be driving away, fleeing from the cops that then spawn in director modes. And all of that while traffic is all across this highway, which can run you over and screw you in that way. Here, we don't have traffic, we can't get cops, and we can teleport back. So what we're gonna be doing is we're just gonna be driving, maybe shooting these guys, which will not even offer resistance. I'm really angry now. They won't offer resistance.
They offered resistance.
They offered resistance and continuing to drive because they just ignore me. You can see the guys here. He's in the back. He's actually scared for some reason. And then we just teleport back to the garment factory. Just leaves. Doesn't care. And that's the mission. So unless you fail to kill the driver and he just continues driving, there's no resistance.
Come on.
That's technically
Epic,
not kidnapping.
pacifist.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it beats the alternative.
Does. Yeah, here honking makes the crew start running, so we want to try and make use of that.
Here and no one else, or nowhere else, though, right?
Yeah,
Goofy
and
game.
then because we have this teleport from earlier when we teleported down from the roof, we can just use that. Up comes another very fun strat.
I gotta be able.
First we need to make sure not to kill anyone here. Okay, we're good. After this heist, what we do, the cops are scripted so we can't escape that, but we have to first of all escape through the sewers. And in the speedrun we found that as long as you look at your crew, you can actually abandon them. So we just drive on the highway. In this, it's even better because close to where we actually need to be going, there's a teleport spot. So what we do is we just teleport there during the fade and look at the crew. Oh, and now we're good.
That trick is much more difficult than it looks, by the way. So satisfying to see that cleanly done on first try.
Yeah. It's a little tricky because you need to know where you have to aim. The crew obviously cannot move fast, so it's predictable. You need to aim right and a little bit up in order to keep looking at the crew. But you need to do this during the black screen. If you don't do it at all, you will fail immediately as you spawn. So you have to actually be pretty careful and very precise in making sure to look at the crew immediately there. Something I struggled with a lot in the beginning, but as time progressed, not so much. I don't exactly know why I struggled with this in the beginning. But yeah.
Well, it's because it's difficult. You
yeah,
just learned how to do it properly.
I suppose so, yeah.
Because think about it, you're doing a blind setup where you can't see what you're doing until it's too late.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that's actually true. Once you know where you have to aim, then yeah, muscle memory, I guess.
Muscle memory, exactly. You gotta build that, and only then does it become, like, reasonably feasible.
Lester's waiting for us
Yeah.
at the lockup.
Okay, so because we, for example, now we watch the cutscene, so nothing is said, and even if we do change time of day, we will be invincible now, but that's what happens when you want to showcase some stuff. But the cars, as you see, and pedestrians are still there, so if you want to get rid of that, you have to set it to low, then you have to set it back to none, and then you're good.
Man, I thought I was gonna be stuck.
I don't exactly know why it works for invincibility. I think because invincibility is probably proof, and vehicle density is something else. Code just works differently. But yeah, that is travel percent.
Jeez, how, like, 7 more segments to go?
Which is a segment that is pretty optimized. It's the first one that really played around with. But I mean, it was like a very mediocre execution of 30%. This can go as low as like a high 45, I think, which is like 8 or so minutes faster than
The normal.
the normal 12%. Alrighty. Now to, I guess, the first change I did. Sort of, like we did micro optimization, got off on some stuff, but this category has been abandoned for a long time. I don't know if that's actually faster, I didn't time it, but usually we'd be going, both in the speedrun and in this version of director mode, we'd be going to Franklin's now to start long stretch. But because I realized that through watching the Omo run, I don't actually think that's necessary. Later we're going to be doing Hood Safari, which is also a mission that starts at Franklin's house, so we're gonna be doing these chained after one another. I don't think this should have implications. It technically, I timed it, should save like 20 or so seconds. But I don't know. Gonna be seeing how this goes. So instead of doing that, we're gonna be straight heading into Mr. Phillips. And the first soft lock I'm a little worried about.
I don't think I've seen this route where going straight into Mr. Phillips instead of doing long stretch first. I don't think this has been a thing in like any full game run since 2018 or maybe 2019. So long before, so people stopped doing this like even long before I got into running GTA 5.
Yeah, I'm unsure. It's definitely better, but with the teleport ability we have, it's just really something that I think should be faster. Because obviously what we can do after we finish long stretch, which we finish at Franklin's, so we just teleport away and then teleport back to Franklin's and then start Hood Safari. It should be a no-brainer.
Yeah, it does seem like a bit of an optimization. I just never thought I'd see it happen again.
Yeah. Alright. Regarding this is a chase where we need to chase after... Come on. Hello. Die?
Oh no.
Thank Thank you.
I guess you're not used to only having pistol.
No. Gordo found this shooter used to work a little different. Gordo found that you just need to mission fail once at the start of it, and then it works very normal. Because we arrive from a different spot by teleporting into the park rather than following the van. Who are you?
This must be so satisfying to do with an assault rifle instead of
In the run, we just have a crappy shotgun here. It's really ran me over. In the run, we have a shotgun, which is really annoying. As you can imagine, there's like quite a few long-range gunfights here. So being able to do that with a shotgun is very useful. And then we just teleport away at the end.
Let's have some fun! Ortega lives near here. Let's go see him.
It's one thing messing with tweaked out bikers, but the Aztecas, man.
The text shouldn't matter because you do get one text on long stretch trigger. You also get one text while driving there. So in my testing, text didn't matter that much. I'm torn on that. I'm not 100% sure. As I said, I didn't test this properly. I thought about it in theory, and what I think should happen is that you lose 20 seconds for one text.
With the truck? No, come on.
Which should be the amount of time loss you would expect, right? Because text on a 20-second requeue. But I would personally take that because I never had text issues in this category.
even during blitz play.
Yeah.
Because surely in that section, you don't farm a lot of, or you don't farm enough text.
To me, it's been fun.
Especially because you drive
Oh
less.
boy, actually.
That is really strange, because like, huh?
You get the picture.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Let's quickly focus on this now. Oh no. Okay. This is not a good start. Let's try this again. But I fear we might be running into some issues here. Hold on. Doesn't seem to be working. Oh, we're good. Okay, so basically, what we want to do is we want to teleport to Sandy Shores here because this is exactly where we finished the mission. But that's actually not that easy, because when you try to do that, you soft lock. The way to avoid that is by teleporting on the edge or while you're basically spawning back in, which can be very tight. And I'm not a huge fan of the strat, but it does work. There's different setups to it. There's the one I use, go to use something else. I think Twisted uses the same one I use. And yeah, so this is why we struggle around a little. I don't know why I wasn't teleported there on the first attempt. Just funny like that, I guess. Okay, and even though we are not allowed to use taxis, we're gonna be still getting one, stealing it. Because I want to execute 2 cap warps in this run. Gonna be seeing how that goes. But what we want, regardless of having a cap or not, is to buy a garage. Director Mode has this funny feature where you can spawn vehicles out of thin air as long as you have them in a garage. So at first opportunity, which is now, we're gonna be buying a garage. And we're gonna be buying 2 vehicles. One of which is the Bati, which is the fastest and best, don't listen to anyone else, motorcycle in the game. Oops. The other one is the Gauntlet, which we'll be needing at the very end of the run for the final heist. And we're also gonna be putting the cab in there so I can spawn a cab whenever I wanna do a cab warp. It's only twice, but should still have time. And now we have access to this garage menu option in GM, which means we can just do whatever we want with these vehicles. Spawn them out of thin air. As you can see here. Boom. And there's a body. Someone's back there. And now we make our way back to the mission. The reason we have to teleport to the city for that's obvious, right? Because that's where the garage is. But yeah.
That was quite a bit of setup. I was not expecting that.
Also, I should have jumped over the wall there. Yeah, this actually makes TPI as a split slower than in a normal classic run. Also because TPI as a mission isn't like DM isn't useful for that. But yeah, we do want the Bati, we do want the Gauntlets. In the normal run, we obviously don't have a Bati, That comes also through the lack of Franklin's power, because motorcycle, you don't need Franklin's power, there are no brake boosts, it just goes a little faster than cars by default, but then doesn't have the cool driving tech. And the gauntlet in the normal run we pick up from the roads, which we don't want to do here because RNG, might as well remove that if we can. Also means we don't have to store the gauntlet and then pick it up in the end, it just saves us a bit of time. This is another one of those missions where DM isn't all that useful, because you actually can't use the menu, it's a scripted shootout, and trying to use the menu makes the game take the menu away from you. Oh, it's a very mediocre shootout. Holy shit, you're flying.
Suppose you have a couple more weapons here. Do those come into play at all?
Not really. I like using the special carbine over the normal carbine because it just deals more damage, I think. So that's like a little useful, but no, for the most part this plays out identical.
I see.
And default way we'd usually be failing teleporting away, for that reason also doesn't work. If we try that, game will just take away the menu, so we try and kill Chef like this, but yeah, it's very inconsistent. I can probably get it lined up, but it doesn't matter that much. Just gonna be killing these guys. And we're gonna already spawn the Barty, because we're gonna be needing that after the cutscene anyway.
I think we have seen quite enough.
Oh, there it is. Vehicles
That's
are
gone a bit
spawning
away.
weird today. Yeah, it's usually meant to spawn there. I don't know why I did that. Doesn't matter. I guess I was like slightly off position, because the game just tries to... The game has like nodes, I think, where it tries to spawn in the vehicles at a certain location. That's closest to you then, obviously. And it could also be that one of the destroyed cars is blocking it or something, although the game usually doesn't care about that. Sure. Alright, into Nervous Run, another mission that doesn't actually save too much time with DM, because all those things we were talking about, teleports, they actually do not work in planes. Any kind of plane, when you try to teleport it, it will say fast travel is disabled while in the air or something, but it also applies when the plane is still on the ground. We found a way around some of these, where we just make use of a couple like funny glitches, similar to the one on Mr. Phillips, to still be able to teleport, but that will only work in very specific scenarios that I'll detail then. Here it doesn't actually work, so we are stuck. I'd have to fly normally, and also even though the game... Yeah, sorry, good.
I was about to say, is it possible that you could bypass some of these limitations by running on patch 1.29?
Boy. Yeah, for sure. I just didn't bother trying to install this patch.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, and I forgot. Nah, doesn't matter. And I don't have ammunition on that thing. This is what I was talking about. Game took away my sniper rifle. One. So we're going to be quickly failing to get our sniper rifle back. This mission is very scripted. Once again, similar to Father-Son, we just have to like watch over Ron as he walks around, so we can't do anything. We're tied to this water tower, we can't move away from it, and Ron, obviously we can't speed up in any way, so we are stuck watching Ron. Which is a bit of a shame, but oh well. This is the mission I was talking about earlier, where if we would change the time of day to something like midday now, we would mission fail. Another thing that I guess I haven't mentioned yet that would have come into play here is if you do change time of day, what you also are able to do is shoot your companions. They are usually protected. If you ever try to like shoot someone, Lamar or something, because you got annoyed by him, you would be able to, you wouldn't be able to do that. Game would just not even be able to let you fire near them. You can of course blow them up, but in DM, if you do change your time of day, you are able to shoot your friends, which is quite fun and quite useful in this specific situation, because there's a few instances where we make use of that. But this shootout, for the most part, works identical as in normal classic.
Woo! Down he goes. You're in my crosshairs again.
Yeah, really not much to comment on here. Like, of course, we've memorized all the sniper positions, and just a matter of getting after him immediately. But there's really not much to this mission.
Yeah,
It's worth talking about.
yeah, it's a shame. It's one of those missions that I also really dislike in the normal run, and that translates to DM because DM isn't very useful here. The only thing, in the beginning, the game prompts you to go on the ATV, but it actually doesn't matter, you can just use the bounty.
Yeah, I never knew that.
Yeah. And because I died here once in practice, let's just get rid of apply invincibility. That's, I guess, one of the downsides. Once you change your time of day, you get changed to the default loadout again, which means even if you were to buy something like extended mag for this MG, the game would take it away from you. So, no usage of that, but because the SMG reloads so fast, it actually doesn't really matter.
One dead biker is as good to me as another.
Alrighty. And because we don't want to be bound to this car, what we're gonna to the plane, we're gonna be returning to casting trailer. I used that to quickly shortlist these actors, and now we are free.
Wow.
We can just do whatever we want, which actually isn't that useful. What we can do is we're gonna run all the way up to the plane, and unless the game is being funny and doesn't trigger the cutscene for some reason, because it likes doing that, we trigger the cutscene. I think it's like 10 seconds earlier.
Okay, that's actually really cool.
Yeah. It's one of those very goofy looking strats. Because we're invincible, these people can't actually do anything to us. This would be a very useful place, yeah, much earlier. This would be a very useful place to buy stuff like the Bati, because we have to wait there anyway. But in this category, we do need it earlier. We do need it at the start of Nervous Run, we do need it. Ideally, at least for TPI. So, no can do here, but in the mission skips category, we do buy our Bati and our vehicles while waiting there, because there's just really not a lot you can do. That's why I just started punching the people. And yeah, this is like the thing I was talking about, right? If you try and, exactly, travel disabled while in air, this would also come up when you are still stationary on ground. Nothing you can do. So I just completely forgot about the flying path here, but it should be fine.
Yeah, this looks fine.
You just need to not fail. Okay, like, return to run. Okay. The only important thing, I mean, ideally you take very optimal lines here, but the really important thing is that you stay over 900 feet, because for some reason GTA 5 planes are faster of that altitude. I don't know why. Do we ever like find out why that is?
I mean, it's probably something that's just hard-coded into the game to try and mimic reality. I don't know.
I suppose so.
I'm not an aerospace engineer.
Yeah, no, me neither. We leave that to people much smarter than us. Let's hope the game actually like lets us drop the stuff here. It's a little buggy with that sometimes. Yeah, we're good. Alright.
I woke up early for this.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna enjoy a nice nap when this is over.
It's always the downside of like basically no one in the community knowing this strat. And the few that do, different time zone.
Well, yeah, the DM situation
it's rough.
is bad. Like, one, I'm in a different time zone, and two, I wasn't even too aware of the strats after Trevor percent.
Yeah.
Like I
And you're
just know
still
the
like the
basic mechanics.
fourth most qualified person for this, I think, on the planet.
Yeah, that's insane, right?
Yeah.
Like I in any other category, I would not be sitting here in the commentator booth.
Yeah. It is very strange. People really don't like this category, although most that tried like it. So yeah, to each their own.
Yeah, maybe it would be nice if this run inspired some more people to try out DM, because
Yeah.
it really is a good category. It just takes some time to get into, and it's a bit unconventional.
Yeah, the menuing is probably a huge drawback for maybe. I think that's also what Unnamed said. Like, Unnamed said he just doesn't want to bother with the menuing, which I understand. Menuing is nothing that people find particularly fun.
Yeah. Although it is a lot easier to optimize.
That is true. High altitude, less dense air, less drag. Yeah, it does make sense. I'd imagine Rockstar just was like, I don't want to say lazy, but technically it's meant to like gradually change, right? Rockstar's probably hard-coded a certain value. Alex, you don't count.
That is cold.
Man. Okay. I'm gonna be already spawning in bike, doing the final bit of the cutscene. And off.
Have time
to
for a
the
quick
next.
donation?
Sure, good.
We have $3 from Bones saying, "Good luck, Mr. Stormraid, my favorite dealer."
Thank you, Bones.
Are you beating those allegations?
No, I'm not, but it's at least nothing. Oops, at least nothing. God, it's at least nothing problematic, so we're fine.
Yeah, you're probably being called worse, right?
Yes. Thank you,
You
Bones.
sure as shit are one dumb ignorant.
Alrighty. What I set up there was Barty Buffer, we call that. This mission is deviates so much from what you're used to. We have invincibility, so we don't have to care about any of these people. We just run in. We have to just pick up the gas canister and then explode everything. And what we found is that you can basically buffer the Barty through the glitch that I failed there twice. And through that, I suppose you just... I don't know exactly how it works code-wise, but you, well, store the Barty in like some sort of buffer. And then the next time you click garage and spawn in Barty, the Barty won't just spawn in, but rather what will happen is that you will spawn on the Barty on the nearest road. So that is quite useful, as you can imagine. In this case, we were just able to teleport outside the house immediately on a vehicle, so the cutscene would trigger. Slight micro-optimization. This mission is also fun because it just forces us to go to a bunch of places. First to the trailer park, then to Vinewood Hills, and then to back to Los Santos. And we actually have teleport locations very close to all of these. There's the trailer park, which is right there. Now there's the yellow dot that we need to go next to. And then third, to Del Perro Pier, which is also quite close to a teleport spot. So this mission, which is in the normal speedrun, I think like 5:30 or something, is actually quite fast. This category.
Yeah, that felt like almost just 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 2:30, I think.
Wow.
Out of here. Go dig yourself a grave. Nice to turn a dialogue that we just don't hear. I don't know where we hear it here. And that's it. That is countryside.
Nice.
Yeah. To listen to this dialogue a little bit, which is annoying but fun. And there we go. In preparation for returning here later, we are already gonna set a user location before we swap characters to Michael and start the next mission. We are now in the Let's Play section of the run, so it's another segment out of the way. And this begins with a very hard scripted drive again. The only real time save is that we are able to, in the very beginning, teleport a little closer to the arena we need to go. And that's about it.
I'm good, homie. She's my dog.
Funny you say it's a little bit closer, but it feels like that teleport gets you halfway there.
I mean, yeah. It is a bit of a time save for sure. I don't know how much. Like 20, 30 seconds or so.
You walk into my home.
It's mostly these, like, you brush it aside when you think this category is like almost an hour faster than normal runs, right? But, in reality, it is mostly these minor time saves adding up over time.
Who knows you, you fucking slippery snake. I know the second I leave you.
But because the next part of this is just a giant chase after Laszlo, there's actually not too much we can do, right? Because if we teleport too far away, what will just happen is that we abandon him, mission fail. We have to go again, so we don't want that. And unfortunately, there's also no way in tricking the game to not take this annoying truck. Like, I tried a lot to try and, like, maybe be able to drive, like, the Barty here. No can do.
Look, you went left. How can you sit there and watch your daughter get treated like
So
that?
both in Omo and Texas, this is also
It's poor parenting.
a little bit of a slow one, but we need those two.
Yeah, need a break from all the chaos, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't you worry.
Problem is that it's usually either complete overdose of inputs and stuff you need to do, or just like nothing. And yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the
not
run
a great
never really
balance.
strikes a balance. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Hey, take a left up here.
So all we can do, and it's even coded. Oh boy, it's even coded in a way where we can't really get ahead of Laszlo. Laszlo usually drives fairly straight. This is the only section where he, for some reason, just drives into the train tracks, and we just like don't care. But even here, he keeps up very nicely. He just rushes ahead again.
Who knows what'll happen to it. We gotta go to the left. I knew this city would be full of douchebags.
I'm trying to not say something stupid and obnoxious here.
Why?
I think I'm doing an okay job.
Oh, I mean, generally,
Well, I don't want to say something stupid and obnoxious.
I mean, that's
like,
fair.
That's why I'm not saying it.
Yeah, it's good. If I wanted stupid and obnoxious things here, I would have Fossil. Yeah, that's very mean.
I wonder what he's up to.
I mean, he's in school. I actually did ask
right.
him, but yeah, he might join us later, although I think he'll be too tired. Wednesdays is long there.
10 fucking minutes.
You can just have a beer, it'll be fun.
That cocksucker might be famous.
I feel like we're both going to be a bit tired towards the end of this, and we could use a
Yeah,
second wind.
We'll get him.
we'll see.
We'll get him. Well, we're
Yeah,
sure taking our
almost
time
at the end of
flying.
it. It's luckily a very short mission.
It's going down into the LS River.
This felt like an eternity.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you used at this like neck-breaking pace that DM does.
I hate him even more in person. He was never funny. The fuck, is he slowing down? Be careful.
It's a little awkward. Okay, we're good. Okay. Up next is
Yeah, you
Edwin
want to explain
walking.
where you're going?
Yeah. Actually, hold up. I need to like think a little. Okay, should be good. Up next, we're gonna wanna head to basically where. Okay, we just did a short text manipulation or phone manipulation, I guess, where we spawn a scripted phone call that we do need desperately. We are heading to where we actually end the next mission because. As a rule of thumb, you could drive during the mission, or you could, if you have a user location available, drive there before the mission, and then set up a user location so you can teleport in the mission. The advantage of doing it the way I'm doing it here is that you can farm texts. So instead of doing it in the mission where you don't receive text, we're doing it outside of the mission where we do get text, and then in the mission we just teleport immediately. That is the advantage, and then we're gonna be teleporting to where the mission actually starts, getting another text.
First doing the mission backwards.
Yeah, pretty much, genuinely. This mission, Dead Man Walking, is also one of the cooler ones. I like that a lot with DM. The actual mission is a huge shootout. You spawn in this area. You're meant to search through 2 corpses, but we in the speedrun know we can skip it. And it's a massive shootout, and it's quite technical. To that actually. But in the end, because we have invincibility, as you may be able to imagine, we'll just ignore them. And there's just these 20 people shooting at us, and we do not care.
This is also very cathartic for someone who's died so many times here in the run.
Yep. The only problem that can happen is that these guys block you, and then while jumping you ragdoll. That's the only annoying thing, but you just need to dodge them or just run in first person. Which at least will have you, will cause you not to ragdoll. But yeah, this is a very, very cathartic way to complete this mission, because it's another one that's very annoying in the speedrun. And because we don't get cops, because we disable that, there's no escape sequence. Like, we lose the cops immediately and we can just teleport to the end. And conveniently, the end is also very close to another spot where we need to be heading very soon.
Oh my god.
So we just do this. And then we head to Alice Downtown, which is where the next mission starts. And I like to set the time of day here to midday, because that will cause us to skip time of day advancing cutscene that would play here usually. So all we get is this one cutscene of Michael arriving. 1 second time save or something.
Noted.
Hey, Michael. David. Well, isn't this nice? You didn't tell me we were double. You can teach an old dog new tricks.
And that of course means we don't have to go through this long and kind of annoying drive, but instead we just teleport to where we need to go next. Unfortunately, there's another mission that is relying a lot on scripted sequences and plane sections, so we actually will not be able to save a whole lot of time here.
Nice car.
So speak there, spook there, so it's guys.
I need you to make a.
So yeah, no driving here, just teleporting. And we are gonna try and teleport to Alice Downtown with a similar technique with what we did earlier by putting our FPS very low and teleporting in the frames after skipping the.
Oh, you did do it. Holy crap!
The frames of the cutscene. Because there's basically 2 ways to do this. You either do it tied to a mission fail, where you mission fail and then in respawning back teleport, or you do it as you transition from a cutscene back to gameplay. That is because the game just takes a few frames. So the game spawns you back in, but it takes a few frames before realizing you're actually in a plane. So the proof, I guess, that Rockstar put in to try and prevent you from teleporting, doesn't get applied until a few frames after you spawn in. So we cap FPS to something very low and then just teleport. And that usually works. There's a small delay, that's why I got a little confused there, I guess. Yeah, no, we wait again.
Next, I'll have this thing so far up your ass, your tonsils will be playing.
Yeah, I'm guessing there aren't any shenanigans here you can do with DM.
No.
It's in our guidelines.
Quite unfortunate.
Yeah. And for some reason my auto split isn't working. I don't know why. No, figured out. Just quite unfortunate for something like text manipulations, that we need to rely on a precise timer. But, we'll be fine. Well, now it actually doesn't matter. This shootout all very scripted, like you can't even move Brinkland, it's just basically a turret. turret with the sniper rifle, but still turret. And afterwards it's just like a massive chase sequence with... Oh. That's better. A massive chase sequence with 4 helicopters total.
I'm not leaving here till you shoot those guys. So get moving on it.
Oh, bro.
I knew you were a liability, you fucking turd.
Nice extra dialogue.
Yeah, I fired too many bullets. My impatience. Maybe I can just hit this first turret then. Can't. Advantage is it actually doesn't matter, you don't hit the pilot as long as you hit the heli 3 times, it will crash. So something that looks
Wait,
like a
3?
rough shot. Yeah,
Oh, I thought it was 4.
it's there.
Huh, maybe I've just been skill issuing the whole time.
Yeah, we took a very deliberate line there between the buildings, which caused the AI to, which is not very good at flying, to crash. So 2 of the helicopters are just dealt with. And now Michael and his infinite incompetence just has to deal with 1, which is hard enough for him. Come on, Michael.
I don't know. It's a shame there's no way you can use like that teleport mechanic to like lose them.
Yeah, it would be great. Come on, Michael. There we go. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Okay. We're good.
That could have gone worse, but holy shit.
Oh my.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
No, like, what's actually fairly common is for them to crash into the lot here, which causes it to mission fail. But yeah, crashing into me, I don't think I've ever seen another. Alright. Damn it, I just... I don't know why it doesn't work. Just like restart it. So.
I wonder if you could switch warp after the end of Three's Company.
Probably. It should be very easy.
That might be a good way to get to... Did somebody say yoga in this route then?
Potentially. I'm not sure if we can afford that with... Actually, maybe, because we don't need the bureau slots anymore. I might, like, play around with that. Alrighty. Up next is scouting, which is very annoying, and I don't like it either. And because we do want some texts, we have to wait a little, and that downtime we're going to be using to set a user location at the next position we have to go to. Just right here. And we got 3 texts, so it should be good.
Trevor is a what? Trevor is...
And now, the most anticlimactic start to any mission ever. We just teleport here. And the bike is still here.
Nice bike.
Alright, now to something I haven't practiced, so we'll see how that goes.
Remember, Floyd, this can
Sort of found a very cool way to do gauntlet do I say, void push here. So we do have access to vehicles that we can spawn in however we want. So, just gonna be trying to use this one. But it is very, because the gauntlet is quite a low vehicle, it's like, it's not as easy. It's more finicky. Yeah, I don't like it. But it is a very cool innovation.
Are you sure this is faster than using the garbage
No,
truck?
but I'm also terrible at the normal float push, so that's why I like using it.
Okay, fair.
Actually, don't know, Gordo, like, if you're still here, like, did you time that? I just use it because it's like an easy way to go around the normal float push. Oh. Should be fine. Good. Accidentally. We don't want to spook anyone here. Yeah, I think that checks out. I don't think it's faster.
Yeah, this is probably not faster.
No, it looks actually like 20-30 seconds or so slow, but it's definitely faster than doing... walking.
Push it
So,
off it, yeah.
I think there was a way to just like block the door, but no, never did it.
How about I run that prick over in this thing?
I thought you wanted to scope the place. We don't get the containers.
Yeah, I spent way too little time with this category preparation for this because I was very confident I could also get an on Mission Zero run of this rule set in, and then I just softlocked, so I don't know why I went the wrong way. That made no sense whatsoever.
It's fine. You just kind of do the opposite, and you'll be fine.
Which means I can't go full speed here. That's okay. So yeah, obviously in that part of in that category we on Mission Zero scouting among a huge amount of other missions. I think it's like 14, 15 almost. Which is a lot more enjoyable than playing through scouting. But hey.
Yes, someday you'll get that Oma around it, I believe.
Yeah. It's a category that's also a little funny. It used to be... I used to like it a lot because Omo back in the day had a very inconsistent setup in like the normal categories non-DM. And with DM it's incredibly easy, but since we've innovated so much with On Mission Zero that it's actually... you lose time doing Omo with DM. Because as part of Omo, if you've ever seen it in GTA 5, you have to die while entering a Strangers and Freaks mission. And dying loses you the menu, which I guess I didn't mention yet. I should have. But yeah, dying makes you lose the menu. So you have to first of all get the menu back, which is a lengthy setup. Lengthy. 20 or so seconds. Also, I should be using a bot here.
I mean, in a run where most of your time saves compared to normal are 10 to 20 seconds, 20 can feel like a lot.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's like it just stacks, you know. Where if you do 15 or so almost every time you lose 20 or so seconds, that's why I think, okay, man, in any percent classic comparing Omo comparing no DM to DM, it's like a little, how much time, like Omo classic is like 5 hours flat now, I think 5 or 3 or something is world record, and with DM it's still 4 hours. That is because obviously teleporting around helps you a lot on the entries. But if you compare it to Taxis almost, it's quite comparable. Where the world record for Taxis is almost 4:30 something, and with DM Classic it's 4:14. So it's a lot closer to one another. Where you can see how DM is actually more comparable to doing something with Taxis due to the freedom of teleports. It's very good that we don't fail here. There's like a random fail that can happen here. Now people are gonna tell me it's not random, and I don't care. It feels like it's random.
I haven't gotten it in a while.
I actually never got it, and I got it once in one of my Omo runs.
Omo.
Yeah, like, that was like a week or so ago.
There was a streak where I would get it like several times in a row at my worst.
No.
It was really bad for a bit. But I think the trick is to just do this part slower.
Yeah,
and it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I've heard people kept to 60 here. Currently meant to help, so I'm doing that too.
It makes the vertical movement of the crane a bit faster.
Oh, does it? I mean, that would check out with how this game is programmed. I heard there's like a... Maybe I think I heard that these tie, where not everyone does the 60 FPS strat, but those that do also have the bug happen to them less. Unsure.
I don't think it has anything to do with the bug.
Probably not. But yeah, placebos are what GTA 5 runners live by, so... I'm gonna be taking some pictures here quickly. And then, I'll be sending them to run, not to wait. And so if mission failing, just teleport our way down.
Very nice.
Which means we actually see wait here. And conveniently, the next place we need to go to is also very close to the docks.
We can take a look at it, but no one's allowed around there. Normal rules don't apply.
And then obviously in the end, because the game is centered around their hubs, The one for this one is Trevor's place, so we're gonna be just teleporting back.
You can't come. Sorry, gonna have to
Let's
go
go.
it alone.
Nice.
The question is, do I wing? Actually, I don't think I can wing. Yeah, I can't wing any submanip because my life split isn't working. I need the timer.
Nice glitch.
Yeah, that's also funny because I don't know why that happens. DM, it's like the paint or the portrait being put down happens in a cutscene. I don't know why having DM enabled makes the portrait not disappear for some reason. So Deborah heist exactly. All right.
Game. I have a feeling you're going to be introducing us to a new mechanic here.
Am I?
Oh, maybe you do this differently than I think, but my line of thought was the next two missions both have to be done by or started by characters other than Trevor.
Oh, yes, we will actually. I just didn't mention that yet because I want to wait for a few texture. I think like 2 seems reasonable.
Well, surely you'd want to get mini subtext, right?
No. I mean, there's a possibility, but at least get some out of the way. We have another text wait spot after long stretch. So let's get us one more text here. Go. And yes, we are gonna be making use of another mechanic here, which is character switching. GTA 5 obviously has multiple characters, so you can swap between them using this funny little wheel. But DM also has a manual swap, which is much faster. First of all, set you 1 here, and just works like this. We just select the actor, and it changes us to that actor. Now we're Franklin, without having to rely on random switches or any of that stuff. It's actually very useful. And okay, oh yeah, right, I forgot about that one. So from my testing, the buffalo should be here. It isn't great. Where's the thing there?
Could you just have used the taxi from the garage?
I could have. Actually, I might do that. This is the problem where I didn't test this out. So I actually think the buffalo is meant to spawn there, so you need to like trigger the mission with the buffalo rather than the Barty, because the Barty obviously can't use it, it's a motorcycle. With the motorcycle only having only being able to carry 2 people.
Yeah.
With 3.
Man, we got some recycling to do. Come on, man. Send her our friends in La Puerta.
Yeah, the taxi is surprisingly good. It's a very decent vehicle. Much better with Franklin's power, getting some good brake boost in. You can actually tie the speed of the buffalo. But now it's about as good as it gets. Definitely better than whatever shitbox the game gives us there.
Yeah, without power, I don't think we're going to be getting any fun hostile jumps in this car.
Oh. This might actually be faster than doing this with the buffalo, because with the buffalo, it's fast, so I tend to just spin out.
Some Mark talk like that to an OG. CGF has changed, man. No wonder the hood
And this being another massive shootout means, of course, the fact that we have more weapons than we usually do in the speedrun, and the fact that we're invincible make this a lot less problematic. And just means we can do this mission in broad daylight, which is also kind of strange, because usually the time of day is obviously scripted. Oh, got one.
Now that you pop that little pump, we really fucked. Man, you shouldn't have put me in the room with that snitch.
Cover me, homie. I'ma hit this.
Boy.
You could aim.
Yeah.
You going first next time.
Just took Counter-Strike. Actually, I think this is... I don't even bother and just run first person. All of these people don't matter. I think that matters is getting to the next checkpoint. The first 2 people we do need to kill, because otherwise they will kill Lamar. And once we are in this room, we reach a checkpoint. Then we can teleport away, which just gets Lamar and Stretch back to us.
We ain't gonna run. Fuck that. Get out. Hit him with the grenades, homie.
chilling.
What the dog doing?
In the actual game, what we have now is a massive police chase, which obviously wouldn't happen in DM, because, well, we can disable wanted level. But once again, the game has these 2 helicopters, which are hard scripted. They just spawn in regardless. But that aside, it's just, oops, it's very chill. Just shoot these 2 down, wait a little for Lamar and Franklin, and then Franklin and Stretch. And in the end, we teleport back to Franklin's place.
Don't get tetanus or some shit, homie.
It's not.
I can see the finish line. Come on, homie.
So the rest of the cops are not hard spawned.
Yeah, the one that's arriving there is, or should be, my knowledge.
I guess not.
Apparently not. I had to spawn in a few times. Strange. Doesn't
One
matter.
brave of cops.
But yeah, the other ones behind that, those I actually thought would be hard scripted aren't. Which is weird, because they spawn very consistently, but I guess they're just not scripted.
Here we are, man. You gonna hang with your auntie while the men break it off. Shut the fuck
Alright.
up. Hell no.
And now to the setup for something else that I in hindsight am a little scared of. Being mini sub is coming up, and that features another absolutely amazing strat. And I should absolutely be another actor now, because we want mini subtext. Might have skipped the text there, sure. For which we are gonna be setting up a suspicious user location here. And there's actually the mini subtext, which is very good. But first things first is so far, and one side effect of long stretch being completed so short before is that there are copies of Lamar and Stretch here, which shoot at each other.
Oh,
Don't ask me. Funny anecdote maybe. Yeah, Lamar's dead there. Funny anecdote. In one of my Hundo runs, we complete like a random event around here. And because the copies of Lamar and Stretch were still there, they actually disrupted the random event. That cost me like a minute or so. So, funny bug, I don't know where that comes from. But, GTA 5. That's where KPIs
I
on
love
the road.
GTA 5.
Me too.
Hey, look, everybody be cool, man. Lamar about to do his thing, alright?
It was actually on purpose so Trevor is closer because his door open. I don't know. And this is another bad one because you want to be really careful of not dying in this. Thank you. I know, but that took a while. So we're gonna be switching to Trevor. We're gonna do the shootout pretty normal because in the speedrun we also just kill the amount of people we need to kill and then run with Trevor's power. Trevor's power we here don't have. But what we do have is invincibility. So
Which is basically Trevor's power, but
just
better.
basically Trevor's power, but it doesn't slow time, so I like to just like overkill you a little, like I kill one more car because I did once get randomly failed, and I think that's just because I missed one guy, but I'm just kind of conditioned to be scared now. But yeah, all of these people that are on the map right now, they don't matter at all. We transition to the next scene, and we're gonna trigger the next checkpoint by moving to the left here. And that's efficient. Get the checkpoint before the mission happens, so yeah, now we're here. And what follows is another scripted police chase that we once again are not actually experiencing because we're in DM, so all that happens is the scripted vehicles spawn in that are supposed to spawn in. And that's it. Which means the infamous C4 though actually doesn't matter at all. As while the helicopter will follow us, it will just disappear. Because once you reach a certain line, I suppose, which is the line where Lamar's dialogue, let's split up, triggers. Once you cross that line, if you don't have cops, the mission just ends immediately. You'll see that in just a second. But yeah, I like to still throw this here for shits and giggles. Hell
Nice.
yeah.
You still got it.
Yeah. I always wondered if you could potentially like hit Lamar or something and have the heli crash onto him and have Lamar die or something. Wonder if that's possible.
I
Would be really
guess
funny.
in theory it is, but I don't think. Honestly, even if the crash hit him, I don't know if it would kill him.
Maybe not, yeah. It's like a random thought I had. Like how funny it would be for me to throw this C4 even though I don't need then that actually lose me like a minute. Yeah, as you can see, the mission just ends.
Wow.
And which is also convenient because it ends far enough that mini-sub just still spawns in, so we don't even need to do any teleport shenanigans. We just drive there. And then do mini-sub, where we make use of the fact that DM will respawn if we go return to casting trailer and then spawn back in. The game will spawn us there with the mini-sub. You'll see what I mean in just a second. So first of all, we need to actually go where the user location is with the mini-sub, but in the mini-sub you actually can't teleport. So what we do is we're gonna press get out, and then as soon as we see Trevor, we're gonna initiate the teleport. Which means we're gonna be out of it, but we're still close to it. And what we can do now is set up the thing, we go to the back, go return to casting trailer, which puts us to the casting trailer, which means we have to select our actor, which we're gonna do. But first we're gonna select someone else, which causes a mission fail, then select Trevor, which means we're being put back in the mini-sub, but then we're teleported to where we left the casting trailer, which means we just drop in the water, which is hilariously close to where we are supposed to finish the mission. So instead of driving around with the mini-sub for 4 minutes, we drive around for 30 seconds.
That is an insane strat, and I love it.
Might be my favorite one. All credit to Tristed. Insane find. I love it. It's like this thing where you need to look in the correct direction, because DM spawns you always in the direction you're facing. So if you like set up, for example, also user location while looking in a certain way, the game will try and teleport you there in that direction. So if you look back, you will most likely get stuck on the edge there. But if you look towards the water or the direction I was facing, it will just drop you in the water. It's a very, very cool find. Unfortunately, the next mission we have is Yoga, which is another very bad one. But hey.
I mean, at least we're getting close to the end of Blitz play.
Mm-hmm. So, let's pray the vehicles once. Nice. You do it exactly as you leave the vehicle. The Bati will spawn in the truck, which means you can't use it. Kind of funny. And I think it's faster to switch to Michael manually because there's like 3 post-mission switches that are close to Michael's house. Of course, we don't get it, which is fine. You can still just. What is he already heading on Jimmy? Only coming up now, bro. So yeah, there are a couple. The people that ran Omo will know. Like there's the one where it's just sitting in this driveway. There's one we're sitting in an alley outside this driveway. There's a couple. Better to gamble on that, I think. In worst case, you can still teleport.
I suppose in this situation, you could have even cab warped if you wanted to, right? That might have been.
I could have, yeah. I totally could have. Another very cool idea. Oh, ouch.
No damage.
Right.
Alright, so how do we get through the monotony of yoga?
That is a very, very, very good question. I genuinely don't know. Unfortunately, yoga is nothing fun. What I could have done in hindsight is like change the actor to something like, I don't know, Michael in a funny outfit. Because all outfits Michael possesses are saved in director mode. And if you shortlist them, you can change to it at any point. It's quite funny, you can. I think there's like a very OG video of someone completing yoga, like Michael with a diving gear from Monkey Business, I think.
I feel like I'm channeling bullshit right now.
But yeah,
Why do you
yoga.
do that if you haven't unlocked the
I
outfit?
think it's probably some New Game Plus stuff. Bad to guess. But yeah, this unfortunately DM doesn't get us anything here. We have to sit through the pain that is, did somebody say yoga? But as you can imagine, we can teleport around a little in the end.
Hold it.
So it's not all lost.
Now.
Obviously, a huge perk of Omo again. We get to skip this.
Keep this up and we
Which I
might
guess is like
actually have
a
shared interest.
thing that is to be mentioned, where a couple of missions that we Omo in any percent without DM are just not even Omoed in DM because DM itself is such an advantage. Think of something like Paleto's Score, where the Omo just skips this long drive from the meth lab to Paleto Bay. But because of a teleport that's close to Paleto Bay, we obviously have no need for the Omo, so usually just skip these sections where DM is also quite useless with on Mission 0. Because that is so softlock intensive, I told Alex rather do no Omo on this one because, yeah, I've spent a week trying to get Omo to work and I didn't complete one run, so that's not the most marathon friendly run, I guess.
Well, good thing you're not doing that.
Yeah.
Can you wash that mat later? It's gonna smell all bloody and smoky and Michael-y.
Almost done with this.
Michael. No vanity. Come on. Take it
Good, I'm about to fall asleep in my chair.
Let it out.
I don't know why they made this so long.
Just go into child's pose.
2 would
I
have
don't
been
know. It's gotta
more
be.
than enough.
Breathing is almost
Gotta be.
the most
Well, I mean, all good
thing,
things
no?
come in threes, so I kind
That's
of get
true.
that.
When we met,
But yeah, they
you
definitely
felt
could have
stronger.
play tested this to
Your lungs, they work, yes?
realized, hey, maybe this is a bit long.
Probably just wanted to like introduce people to this feature properly, but I think it scared more people off than actually helped. Oh, I don't know.
I mean,
Jimmy, you
to
still
be
here?
fair, other wow, that was bad.
Wow, Ray.
Yoga fatigue. But like other than this mission, the yoga mechanic is used what, twice?
Yeah, I mean, there's like 2 of those
Threatening to molest your online buddies is
yoga places, like one at Franklin's house and one on some mountain. One of
Yeah,
the
I'm
ones.
convinced that yoga was an afterthought.
I could have
Coming
been,
from
yeah, where
after
they were
designing
like,
this
oh,
mission.
some more mini games. Hey, we have yoga. Might as well.
Yeah.
This, I guess, is another setting that is not often talked about, rightfully so. It's not very useful, but you're meant to get cops while driving through this. We obviously don't get cops because we are, well, have wanted a little bit disabled, but you can also set something which is called restricted area. If you enable that, then you can drive in restricted areas without getting a wanted level. I'd imagine that also applies for the military base. I haven't tested it.
Yeah, it does work for the military base.
The fun thing about this part is that we found. So, if you wonder why there was a short delay in triggering this, the reason is that this very cutscene, or like the moment where Jimmy dragging Michael is triggered, actually only happens if you have your vehicle and pedestrian density set to high. Twisted did some research, not regarding that, but something else, where another funny thing can trigger generic curses. But yeah, where the game has like traffic nodes all over the road, and disabling vehicle density disables those traffic nodes. And I think for that reason the cutscene never gets triggered, because there are no traffic nodes for the game to realize. And this also looks very funny. We just teleported during the fall sequence, which caused it to kind of speed up. Looks very strange.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah. And now we are just gonna teleport back. And that is the mission yoga. Oh. I don't know why the game put me there. I guess I just like slightly set it too far to the right.
I'm back.
He's okay.
I mean, yeah, it's like these small things. Alright. And up next is by the book, which is also why yoga is routed here, because I mean, not also, but we can just like, it's a side effect. Oh. After yoga, we can conveniently set up a user location at one of the places where by the book sends us, which is right here.
Oh.
And then switch to Trevor to actually start the mission. Which makes, once again, the start of this very hilarious to look at, because we just start the mission and immediately teleport to where we're meant to be going.
The guy's your neighbor.
Oh well, of course we get in the car, of course.
Rockford Hills.
They abandoned baby? No, we good.
This is bullshit.
Turns out that was the wrong.
And now for the funny.
Y'all barely feel Mr. Phil.
Yeah, the funny.
Obviously, topic
put it-
of big controversy. But I think nowadays people don't care anymore. Why should I? And we skip the cutscene anyway, so you don't even see anything.
Seems like a productive relationship.
But the side effect of us using the traffic notes,
Trying to take full advantage of it. This thing with the agency
you
gets put to
do
rest
have
and we
traffic
don't
here.
need
I
it.
do want to hit some brake boost. I don't want to be disturbed by
What about it?
I need some
traffic,
resolution,
by
baby.
menuing around.
You let him walk. You said you'd clean the whole thing up.
There you go.
North Yankton.
And you told me it'd be a clean job, no casualties.
So now
There were more eyes on that town than there
we are free to just
Yeah, well,
drive
according
down
to
the
my
highway.
eyes,
It's
Trevor's
very
no
it's very
problem, Dave,
it's
as much
very
as he is mine.
calming
He's not a problem at all.
driving
Monitoring
around
Has he said
here
anything
while
about
not
Brad?
having any traffic
Fuck
whatsoever.
Yeah, he has. Plenty. I keep changing the subject.
Which obviously a
You know,
huge
he thinks
advantage
you
to
might actually kill
the
Brad
good
Sanders when
runners.
this is all over.
Like
That's
people
good.
are getting really good at dodging traffic, but
another letter
sometimes it's just not dodgeable. So disabling the traffic is just really a nice quality of life thing that you just don't have to worry about. And because we obviously know which guy we need to kill, we just do that immediately without going through this whole
I had a feeling.
torture and scouting sequence.
Well, we've got him. It's done.
And because we have to take the gate to the airport, yeah, you've seen it already, there's a teleport slot for that. So it's also nice. Unfortunately, it's down below, so we have to actually just back out of this alley first. It's a little silly. I don't know where the GPS wants us to go either, but that ain't it. Eh. And on
Very
some
nice.
display.
Yippee.
So, do you want to explain our dear audience what's, like, why do I say Blitzplay even though we have so many setup missions and another heist waiting for us?
Sure. In essence, it all comes down to the fact that this section of the run is non-linear. So basically, we have a bunch of stuff to do, and depending on things like random switches, we might do it where in vehicle spawns we do it in differing orders. So we have to get a random garbage truck and tow truck off of the road, or from their fixed mission spawn in the tow truck case, get a getaway vehicle, complete a couple missions, and the exact order we do stuff in depends on a bunch of variables, so we just call this whole section Blitz Play.
Exactly. And as you can imagine, this whole non-linearity of the slot, not a thing in DM. We optimize it to an extent where we are very much in control of what's happening and minimize RNG a lot. Which means it saves a lot less time than maybe you'd even imagine. But there's no RNG, there's no variance, so in that regard we're actually good. And for the first time ever, I think I'm actually in text issues here. Which is like also no big deal, because we can just, for a garbage truck, which we also have a good way of getting it. But we might as well have to wait anyway.
It does look like you won't be getting one, though.
Yeah, maybe I can just like reshuffle traffic here. That's always one advantage of this, right? Just reshuffle traffic and look around again. There you go. I'm obviously a little... although, actually, I won't care. Right one. Guess we need to set a UL here anyway. We'll do that. Okay. Why has the
Bruh.
mission been dis... What?
Is it the bike?
Surely not, right?
Might be the bike.
I doubt it, but try it one more time. If this doesn't work now either, and you just cannot teleport to this mission for some reason, I would be really angry. No, what the fuck? Okay, game proving me wrong yet again. There's a silly time loss. This is what the game just throws at you if you... Actually, maybe I set the UL in not a good way, because I look at it, like I said it exactly where these people are. But that shouldn't matter.
Who told you that? Did I tell you that?
It sort of does matter for spawning actors.
I just know that it is... The game is a lot more lenient with this kind of stuff in other places. Right, I forgot for the phone. Right, so first things first, we're gonna get the tow truck, which is conveniently close to where we wanna go not where we go, where we came from anyway. So that one's easy. And one thing we do need is a scripted phone call. Without that, nothing happens. And, oops. Up next is the getaway vehicle. The getaway vehicle is very easy in DM because conveniently here a random Sanchez spawns and that's enough for a getaway. Also, you can just set the location of the getaway vehicle right here. Which is also great.
That works?
Two. Yep. Oh, fuck. Too far. Which is very funny. Oh. Wrong. And the other thing is that the garbage truck is very close to Stormraid. So what we just do is we just drive up here.
Oh.
Where is he going? He's meant to drive here, I think. No, he isn't actually. So intercepting the scripted garbage truck is very easy. I should just really not speak, I think. Can you like...
Oh no!
Okay, hold up. Really angry at this guy. That was personal.
God damn.
I'm starting to understand what people say when they like talk about marathon luck and all that stuff. I'm really starting to understand it. It's like, I don't know what my traverse time was, it was probably like a 48, 49 or something. I don't think I had one traverse attempt that was below 47 in all of my practice runs. So yeah, I was hoping...
nice flex.
I mean, is it a flex? I guess it kinda is. I was hoping to just be able to get a run in here very easily and be done with it, but no, it's never that easy.
It really never is. There's always going to be some sort of complication.
Yep. And next is assassination. Alright, for which we wanna go to the golf club. Which is the teleport, as you can imagine, closest to the hotel where we need to assassinate the guy from. Assassination is a little strange because assassination essentially requires you to wait for 1.5 minutes for the guy to show up, and there's nothing we can do. Like even advancing time of day won't do anything because it's just a fixed real timer. But we did find a funny thing to do with it. That being, we're gonna use this time to set up a user location we need later. Basically, it doesn't matter where you go. You can go wherever you want during the timer. As long as you return in time. And that timer is sufficient for us to teleport close enough to this bridge. Or the one after that, rather. So we can set up a user location for a mission we are gonna be playing in just a minute. Which saves us a little bit of time again, and this isn't time loss in any way because we need to wait anyway, so instead of sitting around, we actually make use of that time.
Very smart.
And obviously, as you can imagine, afterwards we're gonna be teleporting back to the golf club. It is not really tight, but if you do stuff like me getting stuck on the wall there, it can get a little funny. But we are definitely good. 20 seconds left.
Man, you get what
That's it.
Too easy.
We do not do the funny and drive our vehicle in this lake because the body will get stuck there. Did that like 10 times at least.
For real?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Just gonna be heading to Masks.
radiant choice. Simply amazing. Well,
Hardest mission in the game, by the way.
Hardest mission again. Fortunately, they had to make this into an IL, much to the dismay of everyone who ever had to verify a run of this.
I mean, at least that one
They're
uses
free.
in-game timer. Could
Yeah.
you imagine like timing that with RTA?
No, no, really not. Someone made wise decisions back in the day.
I don't know if I'd call the IL board a wise decision.
Well, at least, I mean, yeah, true, because those weren't
we're working, amigo.
intertwined, but yeah, at least they made this one not real time. So yeah,
Stop dragging your heels, kid.
this is the teleport we set up,
I'm coming, man. I'm dropping
and it's
on
probably
the
done
north
soft lock here
side
because
of
there's a
the
funny
river
soft lock here,
overpass, aight?
where you just for some reason end up
Almost forgot.
in a gray screen. I'm not sure why that happens, but hey, oh, threw me off immediately. Doesn't happen. All right,
Very good.
okay. Stop praying that nothing weird happens here.
Shit. Hey, dog, I'm in position. Let me know when you're ready. All right, F, I'm in position.
No,
Damn, that's a long
What
way
the
up.
hell?
I do
Make
not
sure I don't
know.
run into
I
any
think
trouble
you
when
can
I
get out
there.
of here
Fucking Trevor.
with wanted level. That should be fine. So to disable that again.
Hurry it up. We need some transport, don't
So
we?
let's try again, shall we? I do not know why that happens.
Hurry it up. We need some
No idea.
transport, don't we?
I had it happen to me like 3-4 times maybe.
Okay, I'm taking you
Obviously
to
this
the
would happen on a
Port
marathon
Seaside
because
and
why
Miriam
wouldn't it?
Turner overpass.
To display all the weird shit we have available to us. I could see it being tied to the game advancing time of day. Actually, if that is the case, we'll just prevent that. And of course I run out of sniper ammo.
Oh no.
Okay, so I guess context for this one is that, oh yeah, I actually can't try to prevent it that way. Context for that is if you're in director mode, you don't have ammo. The game still has max and ammo, but you technically have infinite. But what that means is the game won't display the ammo, and for some reason it then thinks that you're out of ammo, even though you have infinite ammo. So it's very, very, very silly. I guess we just have to pray that failing once fixes this glitch. If not, I might have to like
Hey,
get a
dog, I'm in position.
safety
Let me know
save
when you're
because again.
ready. All right, F, I'm
No,
in
we're good.
position. Damn, that's a long way up.
I wonder
make
if you
sure I
can
don't
like
run into any
somehow at
trouble
least
when I
prevent
get
this
there.
being a big time loss by triggering the checkpoints.
Alright,
But I
got
think
you,
the next
homie.
checkpoint is just when you are taking control of Franklin. So right now,
Hold on, there's a couple guards. These cats are shady, right?
so yeah, like this is just
Clear,
a
man. Climb
minute you
aboard.
lose for no reason.
For old friends.
T-pick 4 spots for the bombs. Keep an eye on me, okay?
Yeah, I guess
First
if you
bomb,
think long loads and
ready to go.
taxis are bad, just take a look at the bullshit that can happen in DM.
Yeah. Now we're patching out these bugs. Please. DM runners have feelings too. Problem with this mission is that due to the aforementioned thing with ammunition, the same applies for Michael and the sticky bombs. So if you were to apply time of day here, you would mission fail for running out of sticky bombs, which means you cannot apply invincibility here. So dying here is a real threat. But if you're just on skill issue, and I would never. Alrighty. Let's take out these two fellas. Sometimes are weird. On my least favorite shootouts of all time. Just never bothered to learn how it properly works. Luckily, how fast you complete this shootout actually doesn't matter at all, because there's a timer on the... There's a timer on the chopper that's about to spawn. And even if you shoot these people within seconds, that won't matter because you have to wait for this heli anyway. Just if you're too slow, then that's problematic, but we aren't. So obviously, I'm different here. Yeah, like...
There we go.
Alright. Obviously, in this section, as you can imagine, DM isn't all too useful. Just have a scripted Merryweather guys spawning. Take them out. Oh, lol. This guy causes Michael to stop for a second, so you want to take him out on a specific timing. But we're missing a filter time. Problem. And now we are gonna die for the bomb. Not bomb, the... whatever this weapon is that we just are trying to steal right now.
I'm in the drink, T. Where you at?
The thing.
I mean, what is it? It's like some kind of weapon.
Nuke.
Some kind of nuke, super weapon, whatever. Strange enough.
Give me another minute or so. I got it.
And then after finding it, we didn't have to find it as Trevor.
Okay.
Makes me wonder why Trevor couldn't be the one with like the app to find it. Instead of having Michael dive there and then have Trevor go to Michael. Seems a little silly actually in hindsight. Never thought about this.
I guess they thought they didn't want to do the exact same thing as they do it offshore.
I guess so, yeah.
Or they wanted Michael to be more involved or something, I don't know.
No. Whatever. We have to deal with it. And now all that's left to do is to dolphin dive our way to the end. And that completes Merryweather Heist, which means in this whole blitz play, non-linear sequence, we are at the very end. We just need two more things. We need boiler suits for the blitz play heist and the blitz play heist itself. Conveniently enough, we do have a teleport location very close to the boiler suits mission, and user location directly at the blitz play mission. For the blitz play mission itself, DM won't save us anything, really. But we are gonna get there when we get there. Alright. Guess I should have reselected that.
Well.
Okay, and obviously gonna spawn in our beloved little motorcycle to make our way all the way over there. See the little heist setup symbol.
Yeah, so the reason we do boiler suits after Merryweather Heist is if Merryweather is the last Blitz play prerequisite to be done, you have to wait for a call from Steve to be able to unlock the mission. Whereas if you do one of the proper setups last, the mission spawns immediately as soon as you do, or you have that scripted immediate phone call that
Okay.
comes like right after the mission pass.
Yeah, so you always wanna like keep one setup mission before completing Blitz play, and before playing Merryweather Heist. Just leave one after. In the normal run, we do either tow truck or getaway, but because these we can just conveniently teleport to, we leave it to boiler suits here. It doesn't really matter. Just need one of them. And yeah, for the mission itself, it's one massive shootout, which is quite technical. If you want to, you can try and keep up with what I'm doing. Just focus on shooting people.
All right, T, I'm in position. What's the ETA?
Just a second. I got a visual on the target. Should be with you any moment.
Yep. I still don't actually know, like, what are we stealing here again? It's like bonds or something? Some kind
something
of
like that.
paper we're taking out of this car, delivering that to Devin Weston, which is the incident that kicks off the entire next segment where we steal a bunch of cars for Devin.
Stop in the road and stay there.
I'm stopped. You're on, F. Boom! All right, make it happen. Plant the sticky bomb.
Alright.
Bomb, F. Everyone out!
Oh, he fell fast. Yeah, they have like some kind of protection on them usually.
Ice cold.
Where Michael is not invincible here, he sometimes likes doing that. Of course. Oh, there we go.
Just took some time.
Yeah, survived the explosion, but then the fire was too much.
Cover there. I'll be up here. Shit.
He's got his priorities.
Exactly, man.
Make a play when we see a window.
So I guess this wanted level overrides the disable wanted level
Yeah.
from director mode.
I'm
Interesting.
actually not sure. You could probably just disable it. Like, I don't think that's misplaced that. You could probably try and... Oh, this one too. Right.
Oh no.
You could probably get rid of it, but the spawn waves that are coming at you are scripted, so those don't matter. Jesus Christ. Die, please. It's very technical. The way these guys spawn in is hard scripted, and we figured out how that works, so we can make light work of them.
Light work.
Oh, hi also.
Well, hello there.
You saved Drake from sleep deprivation.
I
Yeah,
have.
I've been getting very tired, so
You wanna
this is
take a
probably
break?
an appropriate change of time. Yeah, it's about halfway through the run, so Hostile can commentate the other half. I can stick around for the rest of the mission at least, though.
All right,
I want to see the end of this with the funny teleport away.
Yeah, exactly.
Rick,
Hey man, shit, you look
can you
like
please get me up to speed on what has happened thus far and what we are even witnessing? Why is this horrible desecration of the beautiful classic?
It's not a horrible desecration, it's director mode. That being said, it's lots of confusing time of day changes and teleports and strange glitches and whatever that just was.
I mean, you can, like, what you need to do at the end of Blitzball to take the garbage truck to the getaway vehicle, then detonate the garbage truck and distance yourself from the garbage truck. So what I did is I teleported to where I set up the getaway vehicle, blew up the garbage truck, and then teleported to a random location.
Okay, fair point.
Get away. That's exactly what Rick wants to do now after having witnessed this for 2 hours.
Sure, that's not it, bro.
Yeah, if I hadn't had to wake up at 6 in the morning for this, I would have definitely stuck around the entire time, but I just need a nap. Maybe I can come back for the end if you'd like me to.
Feel free.
Sure. All right. I'll see what I can do. Best of luck in the meantime.
Thank you for getting a break. Appreciate it.
Eric.
No problem. Bye.
So, Mr. Hustle,
Yes.
how are you doing?
I was doing a lot better before I realized that I would have to sit here for 3 hours watching this. But I'm of course, I am joking. On some level. But I am doing very good actually. I always love to be here, help raise money for charity. I mean, it's quite a noble cause. Even if I'm watching this beautiful game be destroyed in front of my eyes.
Okay, so obviously what we're going to be doing now is something that people should be quite familiar with, and it's a perfect introduction to this category for you also.
Refuel?
Just setting up our user locations before we actually do anything. Which is so we can farm some texts and free roam instead of driving around. Also, we are able to use the bots instead of having to do like the chase with the racers. This is a new one actually, and I hope this works because it's like kind of random. We'll see. Roughly where is like the trigger? The trigger is like here, I'd say, for the second thing. So we'll see if this works.
That's actually exactly what it is. It's when you cross the brighter pavement.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because the first part of this is just getting to the gas station we set the UL at. Which doesn't matter, you can teleport there, you can do whatever you want. But the second part is a chase sequence, and in the speedrun, the normal speedrun, it's very fast, because you use Franklin's power, you get a bunch of break boosts. In director mode, that's harder, because you don't have Franklin's power, so you can't get that much speed. So we make use of this user location to try and skip that part. See if that works. Just to be the most anticlimactic execution of I fought the law you will ever see.
This is so fucked up. But how did the mission fail? Like,
because I spawn on the trigger. Like the game immediately as I spawn puts up my phone and realizes, oh yeah, he's here. And I guess it does the check on your location before it does the check on whether you abandoned the people.
That's so fucked up.
Yep. It is a very fun. Oh god, excuse me. It's a very funny threat. I tested around with this a lot when I got my original PV, but I didn't. I just tried to use the preset location, like I used the lighthouse there to teleport myself close. I tried these, but there you immediately mission fail because you're not close enough to the trigger, right? Here you are, so that's why when you manually set it, it does work.
What I'm just confused about is how this category is still 5 hours then. Like if you do so much shit like this.
I mean, you only have 2 of those, so like, okay, like first of all, it's still 40 minutes faster than world record classic. That is a lot of time in a 5.5 hour run. Actually, it's even more. It's 50 minutes. It can go as low as like 4:45 in my opinion. I don't know if it can go much lower. Probably with like better gameplay, right? But that's the other thing. My classic is like 6:20. It can maybe go down to 6:10, but that's my potential. So that's also like half an hour beyond world record. So if someone like unnamed were to try this and actually grind it out and get really good at it, I could see this go down to like 4:30 maybe. At which point, maybe that does sound a little more impressive. Yeah, it's only the 2 runners. If there were more runners, then maybe there would also be more strat hunting, better strat finding. Although with Twisted being around in this, there's probably about as far as strat hunting this category will go, right? Twisted is the guy to find huge shit.
Yeah. That does make sense.
And when you remember that mission skips is 3 or 2 hour 20, depending on boost that you do, it's just like also a bunch of shit that like, you still have to complete a very long game, right? Like even if you skip everything you can, you are still on 2 hours and 20 minutes. So, you know, this being basically twice as long actually is quite impressive, I say. Given how much gameplay you do.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have that much of a reference because I haven't actually seen a full run of this.
Yeah,
But
makes sense.
I guess it makes. Oh my god, teleport too.
Yeah. To be fair, like what we just did on I Fought the Law is probably one of the more extreme ones. Like there's few where you actually, because you only have 2 of those preset locations, right? So you're kind of limited in what you can do. It would be different if you had what works on patch 1.3 or onwards, is you can actually teleport to waypoint. So, you know, that's a lot more free, I guess, right? Because you can just teleport wherever you want at any point. But on that patch, you cannot enter missions while you are in this state. So that doesn't work.
So this is still the faster patch.
This is still the faster patch. The only thing that might be a little faster is like patch 1.29. That has the advantage of you being able to do these teleports while in planes. So that's another limitation of this. Also, I just took one too early, but whatever. It's actually a limitation of this patch. You cannot teleport in planes. So any sort of vehicle, say flying section like Nervous Ron or Mr. Richards, you cannot make use of this glitch there. You have to fly. There's a couple of ways around that, but you'll see.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this is one of them. This is the very normal, very boring I Fought the Law. In the end, we do teleport to the airport, as you can imagine. Okay, cool. Whatever. Too late. But yeah, run has been a mess so far. I failed prologue skip twice, which is always a good start. Almost softlock or Merryweather heist. And overall just kind of sloppy gameplay. I will put it to marathon nerfs. I think that's a fairly valid excuse.
Hey. Whatever makes you sleep at night, right?
Oh, you're a mean one. Like, did you have that when you were at ESA? Like, how did like with nerfs? Because like that's in person. That has to be a lot worse, right? Why am I?
Well, I don't know. Like for me, it's kind of funny because I've only ever been on one marathon, and that's like
the biggest, almost.
Yeah. The one that's like the scariest. But no, I was scared of like different things back then, so it was fine.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
It was a little scary, especially the part where like audio didn't work, and then like 4 tech guys were like fluttering around me, and then the keyboard didn't work, and then my keybinds didn't save, so it was
I imagine this to be really bad, because I feel so comfortable in like my own environment, where every time we like try and use a keyboard at a different place and actually try and be competitive with it, it's a mess.
It's fine.
Okay, let's get to. And this guy, obviously another scripted hell. It's like really every time GTA 5 is scripted, director mode just obviously becomes less useful. So if you imagine like a really open game where this, for example, doesn't matter, DM would be much more useful. Which is also like maybe why we are stuck to something like 4.5 hours or something in this, because there's missions like father-son, which is where like father-son, okay, yeah, on the drive back it saves time, but on the actual boat section, as you can imagine, like what's DM gonna do there for you? What's DM gonna do for you in a mission like this, where you just have to follow chat? It's just nothing you can do really, right?
Yeah, that's exactly true. Not too much you can just do in the section. It's just spend the time somehow, I guess.
Yep. It's okay. I talked to Rake about this earlier already. It would be great downtime, but the downside, of course, is just that it actually, like, the way it works in this category is that you have like neck-breaking pace. It's very fast and a lot to deal with. And then there's like 1 in 10 or so missions where it just slows down completely. But because you're on such like high adrenaline beforehand, it's almost throwing you off. Like you cannot use this as a break, really.
Yeah, I don't know how you can run this shit.
I mean, it is quite fun. It's like the thing with this category, I don't actually know. I think initially what excited me about this was pushing the game to its absolute limits when it came to the mission skips category. We brought this down from, back then world record was 3 hours and 10 minutes to 2 hours 20. An insane time for something as big as GTA 5. And I don't know, I guess since then this glitch just for some reason stuck with me. Maybe it's also just the laziness of knowing this and not wanting to learn anything else, I don't know. But then again, I've also done my fair share of strat development for this particular thing, so it's not even really that. It is quite unique in its ways, and due to it, like this particular category only having a few softlock possibilities, it's actually quite chill to run compared to what you maybe think. I think everyone knows of like the notion DM has in the community where it's like we've just been complaining for a year or so after we started running mission skips DM about randomly getting soft locked and losing hours of time and attempts.
Yeah.
So I think the reputation of director mode is a lot worse than the actual category. That makes sense.
Let me be the judge of that.
I mean, yeah, you have like two or so hours to judge it properly.
Yeah.
God, this mission though. Almost over. Guy's gonna like go in a parking lot somewhere up there. And once we get there, we're gonna steal the car, because that, I guess, is like the lore. You know, you're desperate when you have to like start bringing up lore in a category like DM. There's nothing to explain. In lore, we're just starting to steal vehicles for Devin West and the guy who we stole bonds for. Which is very exciting, as you can see.
It's riveting.
It is riveting gameplay. And now all we have to do is find the guy in this parking garage he just drove in. Just once, like, the thing with this mission though is that it's by nature slow for speedrun, but I think also as a casual, this has to be one of the slowest paced missions, and I don't understand why. It's really a thing where GTA 5, I don't think it's like really a fast pacing, but it's still a video game, and a game like GTA will always have rather fast pacing. But I don't know why they decided to slow it down that much for this particular mission. Seems odd to me.
I mean, it's pretty interesting if you actually don't know where the guy is and like what you're doing and you're just chasing him.
That is actually true. I
Also
noticed
with like the OST and stuff. Like, that's cool.
Okay, OST, we won't know. Oh, I'm actually stupid. I need to like find Franklin first. Zoned out completely. The mission actually has a bunch of like scripted things that appear as you try and find the guy initially. Like I saw like a video of a casual playing Eye in the Sky once, and there's like a random guy getting like marked, I think, in some alley. But obviously because we know which civilians we have to track before getting to Chad, we don't see any of that.
Shit, I think they both gonna be there, dog. Devin and
so yeah.
Man, I ain't hitting on nobody for you, man. Least of all her.
You know, if this beauty was a woman, I settled it.
And that is Eye in the Sky, thank God. Oh, wrong. So just switch our actor. There we go. Not to re-explain everything, because also you're new. It's like one of those funny features of this glitch where you don't have to rely on the random switch mechanic, but you can actually just switch to your actor with the menu. Meaning, no random switches, unless you want to. Like on yoga, for example, I still do random switch because there's like a couple of switches available to you close to the house. So that's useful.
Right.
And we did earlier set up like one of those user locations where we finished I Fought the Law, which is conveniently closer to Mr. Richards than any other teleport. And it will also be very useful at the end of the mission deep inside, where we have to return to the mission to this garage after dropping off, or not after dropping off, after getting rid of security. Now, time for the ladder launch. Game wants you to like break in there and like sneak through the area. We found you can just ladder launch up here. Be fine.
That's not specific to this category.
No, not at all. Can you?
There you are.
Now that is.
There you are.
I don't know why
Mr.
it
Richards has
didn't
been
pull out the
worried
gun,
sick.
but let him be.
Oh, who's this?
Let him be. Boom, boom,
Sit down.
boom.
I don't think that's how the song goes also.
Something like that.
Hey.
We're kicking this poor, unfortunate individual. Enough?
He had it coming.
He did.
We're not going anywhere.
And flying the helicopter back, which in my PB, I actually just crashed the helicopter for some reason. I don't know how I managed that, but this is technically speaking 3 times safe. I think I lost. Why is the camera being so weird? Oh. Hello? What is happening?
You're in the wrong camera view. Switch.
Oh. I don't think I ever had that happen to me.
Yeah, you can view from top.
For some reason it doesn't lean forward. What is happening? Oh, I hate this game right now.
Oh, it
It's
is
enough,
now.
it's enough, it's enough. I wonder if I'm fast enough, like, trigger them being... Okay, we're good. That was a very strange experience with Mr. Richards. Okay. Let's not die to the plates.
Well, the amateurs do this shit.
I mean...
Are you an
probably
amateur?
did it.
Stormraid?
All things considered, yeah.
Well then. Run into it. Oh yeah, you're an amateur? Prove it.
Oh yeah, right. Boom. Only amateurs actually take the heli there.
Now Stormraid goes to the storm drain.
Oh yeah. I was almost surprised Rake didn't make the joke earlier.
No, he's
Very
not
good
this
job.
funny.
No. Although no slander on people that are sleeping right now in Candidas, it's a little fucked up.
I think he's still watching.
Think so?
Yeah.
I believe he is. Right. Up to Kaida Libre. Small divergence from this entire Devon storyline. To help out our favorite Mexican gangster. I don't exactly know what he is. Gangster probably fits well. So he's gonna ask us to literally kill someone. Alright.
Then
Obviously nothing really needed here, just teleport to the observatory. It's really weird how those teleport spots, they really aren't spread out well, but many missions still center around the spots where the game has preset locations. I guess makes sense because these are like landmarks of some kind.
Yeah, they are points of interest.
If you could see this gun, it might convince you Martin Madrazo ain't someone to be messing with.
Then I do wanna select stuff
Keep
already.
looking for it.
Distance on this one.
Actually, have you seen how the sniper is like not on that hill
Yeah,
at
I've seen
all?
that. But
Yeah.
I don't know where. Where's that from? Did we like find it, or was it like some random YouTube video?
It's just like a YouTube video, I think. But yeah, you're just like, I think either on like a skyscraper or like next to Court Center somewhere.
It's super. Hello? Okay. It's super weird. I don't know why. Like, there seems to be no reason for it, but the developers for some reason decided to do it.
Better composition, most likely.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Because they knew that you wouldn't notice anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, they're right. I know this fact, and I still keep forgetting, because you really don't notice. Also, I will quickly reapply my invincibility, because I do not want to die here. Okay.
Good that you did.
I mean, the invincibility doesn't stop me from falling off, so that's fine. But yeah, that felt almost comical. Although falling off here is still pretty bad. You don't want to lose time to that. It's a very silly mistake.
That already a little silly, really.
I mean, my excuse is that I'm not used to playing this on like this time of day. Which is something I totally brought up myself because I changed it, but hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. The game puts us on the Sanchez there earlier, which we ignore. We take our pink motorcycle because we love it. And which actually is an advantage because it's a faster bike, so we rubber band the plane ever so slightly faster. I don't know where I took this turn, but that's fine. Works.
So, like, what is DM exactly? Like, what does this glitch do and why and how?
Okay.
But just in case there's people tuning in now.
Director mode is game mode that Rockstar put into GTA 5 to enable you to record like short clips. And they gave you a menu with that, so the clip creation is easier, so you can like switch actors, because obviously there's no random switch when you're in this mode usually. This glitch, or the speedrun category, makes use of a glitch where you get access to this director mode menu while in free roam and are able to like start missions with it. Is that sufficient?
Yeah, I think it's good enough.
Like, if people have specific questions, you can just put them in chat, I suppose. It works in a way where if you weren't here in the beginning, you die as you transition from mission state free roam, from mission state director mode to mission state free roam. Which is just the game, like GTA 5 bases itself around these mission states. That's just the way the code works. Don't ask me, ask Rockstar. And dying in that process enables you to get access to it in free roam. People much smarter than me found this. Credits to Justice, Gokshi, Twisted, Tamer. Those were the main people involved in that. So yeah, this was Kaida Libre. In the end, we just managed to make use of a teleport that we set in the beginning, so we do not have to drive around the place with the van for a million years. And are now gonna head to Deep Inside. It's the final mission of the segment, which has the same name. It's conveniently placed very close to another preset teleport. Ain't that useful?
It's so useful.
The pinnacle of GTA 5 non-linear mission design, where you are meant to sneak in, like punch an actor and
Take his clothes.
disguise yourself, yeah. But you can also just run in, take the car. You do need to get rid of the guards though, which won't spawn if you have vehicle density disabled for some reason. So, once we fix that, we can teleport away, which also makes us lose them, and teleport straight back to the garage, and we complete this mission in just over a minute. And that is all there is to this segment.
You're developing quite the rep there, Slick.
Oh no.
Insurance companies hate these kinds of claims.
So, is the mission order the same as in just a regular classic run?
For the most part, yes. There's like a few differences when it comes to, in particular, Blitzplay. The entire Blitzplay non-linear section is more or less linear. There isn't too much. I need to like wait a little because this mission for some reason doesn't like to spawn. There isn't too much that the routing changed. We do think about it's like 50-50 whether it's actually worth doing. We were thinking about doing long stretch before Hood Safari. So like tied into this whole Blitzplay thing. You do yoga a lot later. It's actually kind of close to, in some aspects, to like the old. I think it's the old Texas route. People used to do back in the day. But yeah, for the most part, it is the same. Especially like the later parts of the game, nothing changes. During Blitzplay, we do a lot of few shenanigans, but for Travis, actually, I think for all segments other than Blitzplay, it's the same. Which also surprises me a little, right? Because with all the options you have, you'd imagine, but you can see how the game, I explained this concept earlier, the game centers itself around like hubs, and the mission order we have in Classic is already following these hubs. So there isn't really much to change, because obviously the concept of these hubs makes it so that you can set a user location at, say, the garment factory for the end of Trevor, and then continues to teleport back there, but that's what we do anyway, so... Oh boy. Let's see. Short little, very nice teleport go found. Where we buffer, or we apply a change of act. Really? That may have destroyed my plan.
You seem fine.
Close enough. It's actually kind of hard to take off with this. Because this thing is, like, we have obviously close to no run up here. So the plane is struggling a lot here. But we should be good. Need to be very careful to not still fly over Fort Zancudo here. Just a slight head start. Basically how minor turbulence works is that we initially have to fly close to the cargo plane to like trigger it for the first time, and then we just have to follow it. Well, not flying too high, which is this annoying little beepsy here. But this teleport basically enables us to skip this entire first part and immediately trigger the plane. The rest is fairly simple.
I'm plenty low enough, Ron.
You know, the cargo plane's got 4 jets, a 200-foot wingspan.
Yeah, and I'm in a crop duster.
Yeah, like if you know roughly how the rubber banding works. I always have the reference where, as I reach the end of the bridge, the plane crosses above me. So that's pretty much exactly like that here, so we should be good.
It's funny how that stayed the lineup for all these years, even with all the optimizations. Cause
is it in the actual lineup? I don't know, because that's always what I used for myself. I don't think I've ever read this
it's
anywhere.
something like that,
No.
but you can actually have the plane pass you around where you are now. But then you just like need to slow down artificially at the end. But I'm shocked that that didn't become meta.
I mean,
because it looks
is it
faster,
faster?
it's just a lot riskier.
Yeah, because like you don't want, because if you are, it's like at the end of this we time it so that we reach the cargo plane at the exact second the game
Yeah.
lets us free of this entire don't fly too high section.
Yeah.
If you undershoot that, I guess technically, what happens is that well, you have jets sent after you, which you cannot deal with, and you are forced to mission fail. Which is obviously something you don't want to do. It's almost certainly a run killer. So that's why probably. But yeah, I'd imagine people, if it's actually faster, some people, like, they optimize the shit out of this. Unnamed, I think got like an 810 or something.
Yeah, I am sure that you're doing like a really good permutation of this flight. Like, rather, let me just rephrase that. I'm shocked that that's not faster.
Yeah.
Let's see it is. I think you're too early. Oh, you're fine.
Slightly too slow. As you can see, like, ideally I'd be right underneath the plane, but that's still a pretty decent entry.
Yeah.
It's very scary. So, I don't want to die here at all, so I'll just play it very safe. By invincibility. Just dying here is once again very painful. It's weird.
There you go. And then now they're just gonna knock this guy out. Well, knock him out, you know.
Yeah,
Knock his
it's
brains
some
out.
level of knocking out.
So then I assume that you also teleport here.
No, I can't.
Oh yeah, right. It's an airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I guess it's a great time to just refresh like what we're doing here actually and what this entire thing is.
Yeah, I suppose so. Good.
So, as you may be aware, but just in case you're not, this is Gaming Tuesday United Day 3, where we are raising money for none other than Save the Children, as you can see on the left there. You can look up their mission and how they can actually help children by just looking them up. And as you can see, every donation, bit, sub, you know, all of that stuff goes directly to charity. So if you're enjoying the show and feel like you have some stuff to spare, then it's not just going to profit anyone other than the people who really, really need it. So yeah, people have come to put on some fun runs for you, and in exchange, if you feel like it, then you know that you can help, and it's actually going to help. I have given money too, so
Yeah.
what are you waiting for?
Exactly. Very good.
That wasn't the smoothest pitch, but
I mean,
for my defense, I'm on 3 hours of sleep after like 7 hours of school. So.
Why are you on 3 hours of sleep?
I couldn't sleep.
Don't tell me you worked all the way until like 3 AM or something, you know?
No, I went to bed at midnight.
Thank God.
Hey, you wouldn't shoot me down anyway. Think of the ground casualties.
Form of flying a plane? Yeah, that's just a little... it's not necessarily a dialogue skip, but we are trying to delay dialogue that comes in anyway until we are far enough in the desert so that we don't have to worry about like a annoying cutscene. Don't kill me, please. But the dialogue doesn't trigger for some reason. There we go. Now we got this, which is fun. Instead of flying out, we're just gonna teleport, grab our Barty and then drive to the mission, which means we can trigger the mission ever so slightly faster. Micro optimization that doesn't save a lot of time, just looks a little weird. There you go. Yeah, there you can see it somewhere. There you go. Normally in the speedrun we just parachute.
I'm surprised that this works.
In hindsight, me too.
Because like you're meant to just leave the plane actually before the mission can progress, but...
I mean, we did leave the plane, we teleported out of it, we just didn't jump.
Yeah.
There you go. Now we're gonna set the location 1 here. Actually, I should really just be thorough with this, because if I... Like, the game does teleport you in the way you're facing, and I was like kind of facing the wall here. I did manage to get the truck on military hardware stuck there. Want that to be happening.
Come on.
Alright.
You're driving us up to the bank.
No. Come on. Okay, whatever. Who cares? I always hated this movement. I earlier praised the game, or praised the speedrun for its movement strats. I know, right? Okay. And a long and annoying drive is obviously cut short, as you can imagine.
All right, Lester's meeting us there. Don't start.
The bus stops up here.
All right. How long does it take us to get out here from LS?
So we can also reselect our thing. It's just like micro optimization time save. If you menu while you have nothing to do else, you don't need to menu. You can instant teleport when you need it. It's not too complicated of a setup, I imagine.
This guy is so optimized.
Oh yeah.
He's a real optimization filled.
I don't even know what any of these words mean.
Yeah. But you did this so slow now.
Oh yeah.
See?
Could have just triggered, but I don't know. I missed it once and it's annoying. Let's see if I know this one though. I've never practiced this. Because like the normal dialogue skip, normal quote unquote, that works with Michael's power. It's probably the one you're thinking of also, but we found a new one since, which is faster anyway. So we're gonna try and pull that one off.
Okay.
Which means calling the cops as Traverse is dirty. Cops? Cap.
This is not normal. The response is out of proportion.
Cops in this county are dirty. The alarm just went off on their piggy
Skip
bank.
through that and start driving forward and calling a cab immediately, and then try and get out of the car.
Wait right here. We'll see if anything about their routine suggests a weakness.
Let's see this.
Hey,
Yeah.
wheelchair now.
Hello? That's so much faster.
Very nice, yes. It's a very, very cool find. Once again found by Twisted Timer. Salute. Very cool. And off to another text manipulation. Oh god, there's a lot. Why change vehicle if you're gonna teleport anyway? Honestly, exactly. It is a good question, but there's a reason. Michael is like, there's like dialogue. And now we're gonna text manip. We're gonna call the blimp 6.5 seconds after. The Franklin hang up, which resets the internal text timer, so we can manipulate exactly which text is coming in. Let's see this. Oh, I accidentally unsplit, so no. Oh, this was so stupid. Actually, can you not retry the? Alex said it doesn't work for him.
I don't think you can.
You can definitely. Alex said it doesn't work. So I don't know if I want to trust Alex or not. I unsplit, so I lost my timer, which is very stupid. I actually don't think I've ever done this before. Too many firsts, so now I have to wait a little.
I guess you can go and get the Molotov.
I mean, it's direct mod. The game takes it away from me as soon as I refresh time of day.
Right.
It's like DM works with this, like, it has like if I just change time of day to like showcase this properly, it works with this default loadout, where you just kind of have everything. but as
I
a
see.
consequence, this means if you pick up anything that you're not supposed to have, what you're supposed to have is the stuff that you have unlocked, ammunition. Then it just takes it away from you. That's why, like, for example, also picking up a C4 at some point is like pretty useless. You just unlock it at some point through story progression. And that's it. Alright. Very unnecessary minute or so of time loss, but this run is a mess anyway, so...
Shit, they see us, man. We gotta stay on.
I want altruist.
That's right, Chop. We gonna fuck them up as soon as Trevor get here.
Be grabbing some curb boost because getting up to speed without Franklin's power is pretty difficult here. Also, yeah, I saw someone like ask before if director mode is like a cheat trainer or something. I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this, but it essentially is. But it's achievable, completely legit without any external file modifications.
Yeah.
So. Why do I like even bother explaining stuff?
That's what you get for being a dirty cheater.
I mean, it has nothing to do with cheating. I just stopped paying attention. Oh,
Yeah.
this is just... I hate it so much.
But yeah, this game is not modded at all. This is just, you know, the little menu helping you make like cinematics. And there's just a way to goof this into actually a playthrough instead of it being relegated to its own little sandbox. And
Yeah.
that's what's happening here.
Just found a way to access this in free roam and start missions with it and all that funny business. Oh, no, it won't. No, it won't. Let's play this extra safe now. Obviously, the lack of Franklin's power makes this, in general, like fairly scary. Just, it's easy and normal, but if you don't have Franklin's power to further control the vehicle, it can get a little funny at times. And yeah, if you fall off the cliff, unfortunately, there's no coming back. Alright. And up next we do have another one of those, at least what I'll attempt is another one of those teleporting while in a plane. Oh, not in a plane, a helicopter in this case. Because we are now supposed to fly to Franklin. And I'm really not keen in just holding W for 2 minutes, so I'll try and cheese my way through it again.
Well, this is kind of important. These men don't like me, and they know we're back in the sandy shore, so...
Which is the exact same execution as on...
Here she is, the Biz Alley. Remember, she ain't mine, she's the company's.
As on... Minor Circuits.
Look, why do these guys
So this, play grenades. Did I? Yeah.
Hey yo, okay.
Ambient occlusion.
No, that's
not
Ayo.
sure. You said that though. I'm not sure if Altruist or Canyon is faster. I think they're about tie, so I just went with Altruist because that means I'm on higher altitude.
One more joke like that and I will include you.
That's not very nice.
Let's do this, little homie. Fight!
Crack him down, Frank. We're about to get shot out of the sky here.
Last guy's done, homie.
All right. Stay there. We'll come down and pick you up.
Alright.
All right. Now that the angry hillbillies with rockets are dead, is there anyone else we should worry about trying to kill you? Oh, sure. Yeah, there's some bikers, the Chinese, majority of those people, but whatever. Don't act like you're so popular. Get it! Get it!
but I do not think there's a way to teleport back. If so, I didn't find one. I didn't play around with it as much as I originally wanted to, but I did try a few things, and it really seems to be what you need to have is you need to have the plane or air vehicle, whatever it is, on the ground with a checkpoint very close by for it to work. Exactly, yeah. So if you were to try this in this case, what happens is that you just mission fair for Benjamin Franklin. On something like not Minor Turbines, Monkey Business, I tried it. There it doesn't work because you're in the air. It is a nice thing though, that you were able to do this. The previous thing that Twisted found was only available to do when transitioning from cutscene. So having another one that like 2 or 3 options to do this is very cool. Be good. Yeah.
Don't it feel good, huh? Helping a friend.
Alright. And we're gonna make use of the heli to go to the next mission, which is also why we also desperately wanted the text, so we don't have to wait here. Which is another cool thing, I guess, about DM, the invincibility. It's not as cool as carbine rifles, but also fuck carbine rifles. So there's that.
Yeah. Oh no.
She overshot us a little. It's fine.
You're dead. Oh, okay.
Bro, do you even know what category we're doing here?
Sorry, I cannot get used to this.
Oh.
And seemingly you cannot either.
No, I really cannot.
No.
I also like... Okay, like ideally... I think I just bailed out at the wrong time. Ideally you want to bail out a lot closer to this. So what you can do is... Ideally would have pre-selected this. So what you can do is immediately just shoot once on the floor and which cause the guys to get out the vehicles and start attacking you. And teleport away. Ideally you can do this in like under a minute. Slower there.
No. You are a good kid behind the wheel. Not slow.
I am a good kid behind the wheel.
Was he slow? No. He's a good kid and devil behind the wheel.
You ever hit a bank before, Franklin?
Yeah. Same fun as previously, just a little less fun because you have to drive a little more.
Nice, bro. What was the take?
So then is the ultimate fun just not playing the game?
I can't remember.
Everyone remembers their first.
I mean, we're like showing off how special we are here, right? So I guess in that sense it is, yeah. Like we minimize playing the game.
We're gonna drop you up here, okay? When you hear it kick off, get ready because we're gonna want to go ASAP.
Would you look out?
Never looked at it that way.
This one trick will make your run awesome. What the for?
Oh fuck.
You know where you gotta be?
I'll bring a die pack just for you.
Let's get rid of vehicle because I don't want vehicle.
We ready for this?
Vehicle?
I
Traffic?
could use a restroom break.
Jesus
and risk
Christ.
getting ID'd. You're an idiot.
I gotta go. It's number 2.
All right, we all good? Let's hit them.
Yes, it does.
It does, yes.
Are we doing this? This is Stinko! Get on the ground!
Today's going one of 2 ways, friend. Everyone on
What's up with the spasm? Hello?
What?
Spasm.
That's it. Hands in the air.
Man.
Keep an eye
Leave me
on
alone.
a trusted employee.
Okay, you guys
Stay down.
Cops should be here
I just
soon.
punch him.
Keep an eye out.
Any reason why you're not doing the gas?
I never learned how it works properly.
Right.
Bit faster?
Yeah.
Really? By how much?
I
guess you can like, you know, set them on fire immediately rather than relying on like this small delay you have.
Like half a second.
Yeah. Oh, but why? Why? Want to make use of the funny? Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, sometimes the game just likes taking away your invincibility. I don't exactly know why. That is an excellent question. I do not know.
Now let's get the fuck out of here. Incoming!
The game thinks they have some agenda with killing some cops and shooting down some fences. It's very silly.
Shit! We aren't getting out on the water. We're not going through this, not with 50 pounds of gear.
Just play it safe here. No funny business.
Don't fence me in.
How could we have that?
I mean, dying is fairly safe, guess. Especially in this category where dying takes away the menu. And you have to complete the mission without the menu, which would be heartbreaking because I want to show off the menu, right?
Yeah.
Would be very counterproductive.
Someone's lovely home.
The rail gun.
Hey, we doing this gig to buy one of them? Too heavy. You want to play?
This is why the category is also the best category.
Ah, shit! The fucking army!
And actually make use of funny... Oh, I don't know. That's not what I wanted. That is not... Where's my minigun? I don't have a minigun.
Just back the fuck off a minute! More army? This is why our defense spending is as much as the rest of the world combined! You don't care about this money!
Who are you? He's got out of the vehicle before. Can I like trigger this already? Hello. There we go.
Team, they're flying a tank in our direction! Oh shit! And we really gotta go! You just go! Link up with M! Push this way and get
Yeah, but you meant to get it exactly here. I guess that the game doesn't consider it part of the inventory yet.
dead yet! I'm on my way!
Oh, what am I doing?
There's our ride. Good kid. Another tank on the right. Hang a left.
Hey, quite a disturbance you caused! Oh shit! Well, you know me and Trevor. Wherever we go, drama follows. That's one way of putting it. Hey, hold on!
Yeah, exactly. Although I could have
That's
sworn
great
I
when I
had...
get shot.
I don't know. Oh yeah, tank fix.
Bam! No, you're fine.
Let's go inside the group.
And because of the implied invincibility, this shootout also really isn't an issue. If we can make use of a funny thing, we'll just do this. It's by far my favorite way to complete anything like ever.
Oh,
There's
that's
some
so
hero in it,
good.
it's really fun. It's like we also have infinite of this shit, right? So I just need to be very careful because you can mission fail this by getting, by having, I think Trevor this all too far behind.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's by far my
That's
favorite.
so
That is
cursed.
really cool.
Just keep going!
I dumped some food heading toward the factory. Checked most of them all, but a few are dropped.
What? How is the train here already?
Honestly, no idea.
He just jumped the team of them outside. We might be okay if we make it to the
I guess maybe not.
I mean, it's just like the end of this mission is like... Yeah, there we go. The end of this mission is also like a little funny. We just break the game way too fast, I think it probably is, right? Like the game just... I don't want to say it falls apart. It actually, considering what we're doing here, it holds up really well. But you can tell that sometimes the game really doesn't expect us to be as fast as we end up being.
Yeah, we do break quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, like that happens even just in the regular run, but especially with what you're doing now, like this is like 7 layers deep of things the game doesn't expect you of doing.
Yeah.
And like it's still like shockingly
Just keep them up quite well.
yeah, what's the word I'm looking for? Stable.
Yeah, it's actually
Like,
very stable.
GTA 5 is not a game that ever crashes. Yeah, you know, there's going to be some naysayers like, oh yeah, actually it did crash. Yeah, sure, sometimes it can crash. But it's never due to the glitches that we do. It's just like the game's uptime and stuff. Like, you can break this game in like any way you want and it will still just be like, okay.
Yeah. Like I guess the closest is like, you know, like soft locking on Mission 0 and stuff. But
yeah.
that's just also like, the problem is that we play around so much with games, with the game states, how we manipulate, how we move between them. The game is never meant to have like 2 game states run like at the same time, right? Like that's never meant to happen. So
Yeah.
I cannot blame it. So here I'm gonna try and do something which I'm not sure if it works. Okay. So I tried to like teleport around in the train at some didn't let me do it, but it did finish dialogue shockingly early. I don't know how that worked. I hope it won't kill the game here. It's loading suspiciously long, isn't it? But yeah, I think I probably saved a little bit of time here. Hopefully, I won't prompt it any further.
What's up with the shake?
Yeah, I don't know. We do break the game in whatever way we want. I was gonna say, yeah, sometimes another train spawns. So we're just gonna fade through it.
What?
But yeah, I think I'd have to teleport again to properly. So I did manage to trigger the dialogue very early once, but it never loaded this long, so I don't wanna prompt the game now. I really don't wanna softlock this now. So we're just gonna enjoy the show of this looking incredibly goofy. We don't care about time loss here anyway. I'll probably, considering that I learned this now, have to do another run of this anyway.
That's freaking wild.
I hope this like shaking won't persist now or something. I never tried this.
Surely.
No, it doesn't. We did see Alex restart this game twice. Actually only once for these shaking reasons yesterday. Don't want any repeat of that nonsense.
Do you run this category with autosave or?
Usually not. I in hindsight should have done it for this, but I mean you can also like fall back to backup saves. It's like if you fall back to backup saves, it's the same.
He's still wobbling.
Oh, he was? I didn't pay
it
attention.
It
oh,
was.
That's really funny. So it is actually a train thing and not a camera thing, yeah. Which is also why it didn't persist.
Yeah.
But yeah. And in a real run, if you have to like reload that, I still don't have minigun. Then you would lose your menu, right? So if you like have to reload your save, or you have to redo the glitch, and that costs so much time that it's just not worth it.
Speed it up! Grab something, let's go!
Who are you? So.
They got shooters on the track!
Hey, your rifle's got a thermal scope, right? Use it and find those shooters before they find me!
No more sniper, so you can come out as soon as you find something!
Pretty clean.
And then I assume once again no teleport here. Because like where could you?
Where would you? Yeah. I think I once tested if it's like worth to before the mission teleport somewhere and try and set one manually at the beach, but it never went anywhere. I don't know if I just like stopped trying or if it's actually not possible. Like you should be able to find like something somewhere on the coast. Drive there with a Barty and then... Actually, I think the problem is that even if you were to teleport here, you would mission fail. Because like, the game will expect you to go to the yellow dot. So it will probably find some reason to mission fail you. And then once you trigger the yellow dot, the route you have to take isn't long enough. But I'm not sure that works. Like, this yellow dot is like so pointless that's coming up. I don't know where it exists. We don't have to trigger it, it'll just disappear I think once we deal with the chopper.
Juice pumping through your glands.
My glands are just fine. Without the crashing trains, exploding helicopters, and sinking boats. Get this bird off
Like, Trevor, can you like...
Get out of that one! There's somewhere we can
And
pull up
then,
just down the coast.
yeah, I don't know. But the thing with these teleports is that they're really not well, or not evenly spread out. A lot of those concentrate around the city. So up here there's not a lot anyway.
Couple nickels? Times are tough. Have been since we put you in the ground.
Hey, you had your savings.
Ron organized.
I have to say though, that I think I was only on for this hour because I am just way too exhausted to actually be here. So I will now excuse myself, and I wish you the very best of luck with the rest of the run, and also I wish our dearest audience to have fun with the rest of the day. And once again, remember, all proceeds go to a really good cause. So if you feel like opening your wallet at any point, then it is time to do now and spread some Christmas cheer to the people who need it most. So you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you also.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Agent Steve Haynes. Man.
Alrighty. Now, we are put in this funny vehicle if we don't get out of it after a little score, but that actually does not matter, because we can just spawn in the body. So no need for that in this category, and just head immediately to the next mission. Just monkey business, where it's another one of those very heavily scripted ones. Hey Reggie.
Follow the coast to the south. It's not far.
Hey Reggie, Hustle abandoned me like 5 seconds ago, so if you wanna hop and call, you know the deal.
We're fighting for the freedom of the people today.
Struggling, yeah.
Me on patriotism. You've been living outside the system too long. Social responsibility.
Also, I appreciate the attempt.
So maybe
I do appreciate the attempt. I knew this was gonna be a very substitute-heavy commentary session. Thank you, Riggy.
We can get in through the discharge tunnel.
Take all your time though, Host is completely right. I'm fine, because there's so much to explain about this category. That's it's just not gonna get boring. Other than the parts where you just have to dive through a tunnel for 2 minutes and really have nothing happening other than that. It's a big shame. Another one of those sections where I tried anything to get rid of this section of the run. Both diving here, doing this annoying mini game that Rockstar threw at us here, and then another diving through the tunnel is it's exhausting, it's very boring, and no, I cannot disable the water, unfortunately. If I could, I would. Something more plausible for this category would be that you can like turn yourself into a fish or something and you swim faster. But I don't think that's how it works. You can actually turn yourself into animals too with director mode. There was a strat that we thought about. I don't know what happened to that. I think it was like too inconsistent, or maybe a mission fail. But like, there was a strat to turn yourself into a bird and fly up the roof on casing. So I don't think anything more needs to be said about this category. Yeah, maybe it's worth testing if like you're actually faster as a fish. Oh my god, this is the most sane director mode strat discussion. I will try everything I have. Imagine you just like... that would be too funny to come to a marathon with. Oh yeah, by the way, now you teleport. No, not here. Now you switch your actor to a fish, and you do the section as a fish because you swim faster. Although with that we just manifest the joke that director mode is in the eyes of the community as a very, very true statement, because holy... You, sir, are a fish. Very good reference. There's always the risk of abandoning your companions. There's always the risk of the game just crashing. I think we talked earlier about that with Hostel, like how hard it is to crash the game. I think I read something about if you change your actor to a bird and start the mission masks, the game crashes consistently. So your guess is as good as mine what could happen if we actually manage this. But yeah, I will actually give this a try after the run. It would be too hilarious if it worked. Okay. The game wants us to not kill but taste these people, but there are no consequences to doing the other thing, so... Because birds can't use a mask? Yeah, but... I mean, I guess a fox could use a mask, right? Technically. Yeah, the fun fact is that even though the elevator isn't technically here, at least in lore, the guy who's inside it already is, so we can just wallbang him. He's already dead.
How you feeling about this? Round to the right. Come on. We're fine. Move on. 2 lab geeks. Gotta deal with them. You're not clear for live ammo. Not
It's stuck, okay. Yeah, I think Dave is the one who really likes getting stuck in this section.
Security detail about to make a pass.
Just gonna wait for Dave. Now the guys spawn in. Shoot open the door. Actually, we don't even need to shoot them. That was completely unnecessary. And just head to the next. Very good. Okay, so this is one. Oh, this is such a hard lineup.
The locking mechanism is triggered
Oh.
from the inside.
There we go. You're not meant to do that, but with a taser you can, if you transition away from cover, actually get rid of that. Or get rid of that. Get rid of the scientist. Another very cool strat. Just need to make sure to not... Why are they so fast? So you need to make sure to not change your or reapply your settings, because that would mean your inventory gets changed. Which does not include a taser. That's what had happened in one of my recent runs. Oh yeah, right, there's 2 more. Now we're gonna take cover where Dave wants to take cover, which prompts him to not take cover and instead move forward. Because Dave is very, very slow. There you go.
Reinforcements should be arriving. Wouldn't be surprised if they had the whole county on lockdown. The military? Great. I don't want to be here either. Get the agent in the
Pretty clean.
It's over in that container. Come on.
Yeah, that's the secret sauce, the monkey piss.
Package is ready.
Judging from the setup of this lab, it might very well be, but you know, no lore confirmation.
And we need a flying big rig right now.
And this is what I was talking about here. The checkpoint is in the air, so as you spawn in, you're in the air, and also the checkpoint once you leave, because you never land. That is why any sort of teleport nonsense didn't work. Maybe eventually we'll find a way. Obviously overshoot it, as I always do. And we're gonna leave our boy Steve behind. He will not be missed.
What happened back there? Where's Agent Haynes? Don't tell me we suffered.
However, we did hold on to one teleport, to one user location, that being the one we set all the way back during Kaida Libre at Martin Madrazo's house, which you're now going to be making use of because the final bit of this mission is taking Patricia, Martin's wife, which we kidnapped, back to him. Slightly, of course, yeah. For that reason, we kept that because that's like a minute or so drive, which we really don't wanna do.
Like things that actually mean something. Not made up wars with made up enemies. Matters of the heart. Is he fucking with me?
Really funny if I like accidentally overrode the slot or something, but I don't think I did. So yeah, 2UL2, which is exactly here. So we cut this drive from 2 or so kilometers to a few meters. Very nice. And up next is the amazing mission Hang 10, which is just driving. In Omo, this is a little more interesting because there we at least set up some user location for the mission afterwards. But here it really is just a plain teleport to the pier, drive to the mission, and then teleport to downtown and drive to the end. There is nothing special about this. I guess the funny strat of skipping some dialogue here. It's like, or not skipping the dialogue, triggering the dialogue earlier is the funniest bit, and I failed it, so who cares? There we go.
That's a funny way to greet your cousin.
Downtown.
I know just the place. I could run it.
It's always a little tricky with the bike. If you teleport too early, you will just abandon your companion.
I don't think she can.
So I like playing that a little safe.
Floyd's gonna meet us there. Boyd's trip. Exactly.
But for all purposes,
You got all over yourself. You're all red. You got
that is the mission.
Trevor. Here we are.
We'll be setting user locations, one at the strip club as we're being switched away by the game, and the other one at Michael's house, because the strip club is going to be our hub and for a while, and Michael's house is also something where we need to come back to for...
Hey, Trevor just called about the,
For Bury the Hatchet. And mission's kind of bugged because you need to actually arrive through the door.
Hey, before you ask, the fridge is broken.
Yeah, surveying is another one of those missions that is quite boring. There's not a lot happening. You just scout out the Union Depository. So there really isn't a lot happening. I think the next one should be Radio Telescope Array. And like, it's really... There's like one of those strats there where you skip some flying.
Hey, we taking the temperature? That don't look like much. Looks like. We send in a couple of sprung
Which is gonna be happening after we switch to Trevor in just a second. We had like a small yellow dot skip here where we narrowly avoid the yellow dot, which still triggers the dialogue but doesn't actually get us
Now we gotta stop outside the Arcadia Center.
stuck next to the door.
We can get a view of the back from there.
And now we're gonna be Trevor, and we are going to be teleporting close to the position of the helicopter.
You'll get 20% of 200 million.
a maximum of 200 million if I can get the funds
And I
diverted
don't
you
have
pull it
any
off.
inventory.
Still, come on, 20%.
That is
of that's
actually
a lot
kind of
of
scary. Will a
coins.
mission
Shouldn't
fail
do
if I
that.
go to Dawn? Oh, okay, we're good.
Ask for a little respect, just a little, because I respect you, Trevor.
Boom. Once again, teleporting at the very edge. Exactly. Alright. Works exactly like Mr. Phillips, where I initiate a mission fail, cap my FPS to something low, and then in the first frame, pretty much after the mission fail, I initiate the teleport. I find that, I think it's also a little faster than the way Gordo does it, and I just find it a little more convenient. Because in practice I sometimes only went 2 up, not 3, and it's just like overall a little less menuing. But this part is fully scripted, and that means unfortunately nothing really to do here. We just have to sit by and wait for these armored cars to get where they're meant to be going.
What kind of ambush spot are we looking for?
So nothing to do here.
Catch them with their drawers down, but I guess that won't work here. No,
So I can. Don't want to pull a hustle and fly in a random radio tower. I think we did go over most features of the reactor mode, regardless. It wants us to pull back a little. I don't know if you can actually fail if you stay in the field of view. So let's just go back a little. Most of these things we did make use of. Weather we really haven't. I think I touched on this where technically we could be setting the weather to clear if it's like raining or something, but there's like no scripted weather changes really to anything bad in this game, so you don't need to bother with this really. Wanted level, pedestrians, vehicle, restricted visibility. I guess I haven't addressed all of these yet, so there are a few more options, like super jump and flaming bullets, explosive bullets, all of these. These are, if you're familiar with them, cheat codes in the game, and unfortunately using these settings also triggers said cheat code. So if you were to use them, your run would be invalid immediately. Which is a shame. Something super jump or explosive bullets could be really useful. But because the game still triggers the cheat code, it evens out to entering the cheat code here. So we do not dare to do any of that. Unspeakable things will happen. Which is very funny, and I don't understand why invincibility, for example, doesn't trigger a cheat code. Well, I mean, I understand it code-wise, but logically speaking, it's on the same level. We're not complaining because we get access to a huge arsenal of fun stuff anyway. But yeah, that is why these are big no-nos. That aside, though, there isn't too much to it, really. The switch actor stuff we use, the dialogue is useless. The action one is the interesting one. That's why we, for example, cannot actually... the game doesn't really... Like, there's no real crouching, but, like, you can, like, kind of go... It's not cover... I don't know what the game officially calls it, but it's, like, kind of crouching. Which you can't do because the bind for that is the exact same as this one. To perform an action. And performing an action is actually what causes this semi-soft lock where you're stuck to only walking. Which is a big shame. But it's just another one of those limitations where Rockstar did not expect you to actually use this during missions, right? So... really our fault for breaking the game like this. Stealth mode, exactly. Stealth mode, thank you. And now, to head back, we're gonna teleport to the observatory. Because that's very close to Franklin's, and the game has a fun way of repositioning you. Where it just like tries to put you on a road along the path of where the game expects you to be going. So switching around will then reposition us from the edge of the hill to hopefully the street where we're meant to be. That is... yeah, almost. I don't know how that worked. That is not meant to be possible. That's not how the scripting of this works. But fair enough. Let's see this again. That's what's meant to be happening. Alright. That was surveying the score. And now we're gonna head to L2 for Bury the Hatchet, which is where we want another pretty cool glitch. Ah, there we go. I guess I didn't wait long enough. Although, like the way this worked, it was still pretty funny. This mission is another really cool strat. There's two ways to approach Bury the Hatchet. One is starting it as Mike, one is Trevor. As Mike, you go to the airport and fly with a plane. As Trevor, you go to the like Sandy Shores hangar and fly yourself. And we're gonna trigger this Michael. And as Mike, you then drive a little in not in Sandy Shores, in North Yankton. And as Trevor, once you reach North Yankton, you just immediately get a cutscene. And we combine the best of two things. We don't do this long drive to Sandy Shores. And we also don't do the... we also don't do the annoying long drive in North Yankton by playing the section of the... like the shorter section as Michael, and then switch actor to... I don't know why I killed those guys, they're all unnecessary. Playing the shorter section as Michael and in the city, and playing the shorter section as Trevor in North Yankton. It's something that if you don't know this game, you probably don't understand how that is like a pretty huge time save. Everyone that did play through GTA 5 or speedrun GTA 5 understands. We have like a long, minute or two long drive as Michael in North Yankton, which you just switch by being Trevor, because as soon as Trevor reaches North Yankton, the cutscene plays. And doing that in the moment of the cutscene starting for Michael causes this glitch to basically activate. And the buffered ledge grab, for that reason, we also could not have done there, because we arrive in a cutscene rather than... if we were to arrive with the... that's the strat that we use in a normal 80% run. Where we arrive with the car, which means we can set up the buffered ledge grab at the car. But because we don't actually arrive at the car, with the car, you cannot do the buffered ledge grab. Would be funny if there would be like no range to the buffered ledge grab, so you can like buffer ledge grab back to Los Santos, but that's unfortunately not how it works. For that, the game is a little too scripted.
Just a little bit.
Hi!
Hi, Lenny!
Third commentator for the day, can you believe it?
Yeah. You're going through them like hotcakes.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what happens when, like, everyone remotely qualified for running this is, well, everyone remotely qualified for running this is like 3 people. Ironically, the 2 other people that ran this, or a variation of it, are also from the not US, but Americas, so, like, I would have expected that anyway. Then all the people that kinda know how it is are either working, or also from America. That's great. But it's cool to have you here, Ricky. The people know you. There was you commented on that nightmare yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, right before bedtime.
Yeah, there was some good stuff. I had that open on my second monitor as I was playing Counter-Strike.
What a surprise!
But yeah.
How's it going so far?
Really messy.
Messy?
I failed prologue skip twice. After
I
not
saw
having
that,
failed it in like months. I almost soft-locked on Merryweather Heist. What else happened? I've been playing fairly sloppy, I gotta say. Which is to be expected. Nerves kinda set in a little. Although now it's like fine. They're fairly comfortable. So we're getting there.
What do you got? An hour left.
Yeah, roughly. I actually don't know my life split. Like, that's also the other thing, like technical issues left, right, and center. My life split died, and then it wouldn't auto split. I got it to work now, but
okay.
Yeah, it's just been kind of funny. So I don't know why I chose to go with the Buffalo. I don't think it's worth switching now.
When we have the party.
Exactly. With the Bart, you could actually do a funny thing where if you only trigger this with like a wheelie, I don't know where I left the car. Oh, I know where I left the car. If we were to be on the Bart, we could have wheelied through the yellow dot, which would have meant we wouldn't get the force stop. But for the most part, this is still okay. We're slotting in here so we can warp in the correct car. You don't know if the teleport here is still fast, I think. Pac-Man is a very frustrating mission because it is a very long scripted chase sequence. And even though we could technically speed up if we wanted to, if we did that, we would mission fail at the very end of Pac-Man. So we do have to sit around a little. Not here though, this was just me being bad.
Little dose of oversteer there.
Yeah, exactly. Doing my best Lance Straw impression.
I was gonna say the Lance Stroll thing.
There she is, homie. We straight. The boss man's happy.
Alright, what we can do is this first like really long and unnecessary drive we can skip at the very least by just teleporting to Slomar said. What? Hello?
Hey.
Am I tripping right now?
Maybe it's like the bike, you need to drive forward a little bit.
Past Paleto Bay. Hey, it's cozy in here.
Scooch up, home.
Huh.
I have never had this before. I assume it's like some bug of being like 3 people in the car. Is there a way around this?
Scooch up, home.
Yeah. Scooch over here. Scooching in that crazy dude? Oh, hell no. That nigga stank. Get over
Oh, I hate Pac-Man. Try exploding the truck?
all cannibalistic and shit. Frank, what you been
Oh, might as well. Pac-Man is, I think, my least favorite mission in the entire speedrun.
Not great.
It's terrible. So having like a funny fix for it. Oh, great. You cannot make this up if you try it. Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So I hope you like wiggle boost.
Oh, I don't. I hate it so much. It's the worst threat in the game. Yeah.
Yeah. So wiggle boost.
It is truly the pinnacle of GTA 5 speedrunning. This is the greatest.
The like steering left and right. Compresses the suspension, and it gives you a curb boost basically in these big vehicles.
Yeah, it's a very fun one. Yeah, I have to restart, which I don't think I want to do that now. Whatever. Never seen before, which is something that just kinda inevitably happens when a category is this rarely run. You just run into stuff that people have never seen before, or maybe only once, and they never bother to find a fix for it. Yeah, and it's like
yeah, it always happens.
the marathon. Like I always like joked about it too, right? But I never knew what it actually meant until like the amount of nonsense I've seen in this run. It's incredible. I'm already losing time. This is incredible. Yeah, I think it's because we're like 3 people here, and the game like just leaves Lamar behind and just teleports the 2 people in the actual seats. This unfortunately means that we're gonna be losing like 4 minutes or so here, so estimate is also probably out of the window.
Oops. Lenny, is this your first run at a marathon ever?
Yep.
Cool.
Going as great as I imagined. I do not think I want to come back. It's the mix of having to talk while running, which I severely underestimate as someone who doesn't even like stream their runs usually. I just record. So that's great. All the nonsense with this setup. Having to like properly set up OBS for streaming and stuff also is nothing I really liked. I don't know. Yeah, it's
You're putting on a great show though for the good cause.
If people having fun, hey, I'm all for it.
I was very naughtily, I must say. I was I had an earpiece in at work and listening to the stream and checking my phone every now and then. Don't tell anyone.
Of course I would. Unless your boss is also watching this.
Doubt it, but yeah, that's it's always fun. Like I am a sucker for these obscure categories. Like
Yeah.
DM, I would say it is more of an obscure one. You know, it's rarely run, like you say, and that's why I said to you many times that that watching the run just being played, how far can you break the game? I think that's hilarious.
Yeah. It is a bit of a shame. We had that too with epsilon benchmarks on Friday. It is just so messy. This is the advantage of being a rather lengthy run, so we can actually explain it properly. But in something as short as epsilon benchmarks, we break the game in a million ways, but you just cannot explain them because it's so obscure.
Yeah.
People much smarter than us actually figured this out in the code, so yeah.
Yeah, it's still really hilarious though. That you just all of a sudden you're in a jet. All of a sudden you skip 10 days.
It's any percent taxi Omo DM mission skips cheats. Okay, so first of all, there's a couple of inaccuracies in that. Because mission skips allows taxi and Omo, and actually Omo, also Omo by default. Cheats is actually a funny thing that I can't talk about it at all. So there is okay, I mean it obviously officially doesn't exist, but there is like technically a cheat percent that we thought about. I actually don't know what I'm meant to be doing here because these things are not meant to spawn. Yeah, like there is a cheat percent. The game has like globals you can manipulate. It's like basically variables. So you can, for example, do something where you like set the checkpoint to like 7 or whatever amount of checkpoint the mission you're playing has, and then still not died. There we go. And then you mission fair once, and then you immediately end the mission, right? Or there's a global that enables you to get all the text that are in queue immediately, so there's no text waiting at all. So there's all that kind of stuff. Obviously pair that with the teleport to waypoint, and you can get through the first 2 missions of the game in like less than a minute, so it is quite hilarious. Oh boy, paying attention to my screen. I did run like, or I did want to like route Trevor percent once for it, but I didn't find a really good mod to get teleport to waypoint conveniently.
I see.
Yeah.
But that's not the usual. That's not the usual cheats, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
My PB for this mission, by the way, 4:25. My time loss on this last split 4 minutes and 40. So we actually just did this mission twice.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to wait for stuff, which is fine.
Franklin.
Not enough. All right. Another of those very, very cool strats we have available to us will be coming up here at the start of Schmidt. Basically, we need to find Michael. The game will give us now a hint by showing us roughly where he is, and we're going to be changing our actor as soon as we switch away from Michael, which causes Franklin to teleport to where Michael is. So, as soon as the flashes appear, we'll change the actor to Trevor. Now we should be... This looks very funny. And then we change the actor to Franklin, and here we are.
Hey, Lenny, at least you will save time on this mission.
Most likely, yes. That was very, very messy in my PB.
I remember.
Yeah. Oh. Jesus Christ, the
little
records
out
of this
of
can be
bounds there.
insane. Small out of bounds glitch. Such a common, usual strat that really doesn't get enough love in the speedrun. We just
that is
break
true.
the game so much more intense ways that a lot of bounds is like such a small thing. I'm a Counter-Strike player, I don't know these mechanics of this game. And the reason for my tremendous time loss is just that I guess this is a cutscene you do switch characters around, but basically doing this removes the invincibility that you have, usually. So, for that reason, I died, lose the menu, and then wasn't able to get it back in any way, and I spent 4 minutes trying to get that to work, so... this time we're wiser, we're just gonna apply our invincibility, and then we're gonna not have any issues whatsoever with this. clean.
That's it, man. Let's go.
And now we can just teleport away. So we need to get Michael closer to us.
Let's go. This is my rescue mission, dog. We're going. I just want to get home. I'm gonna get you there.
Me too, Michael. Me too. And that very home we obviously used at the start of, at the end of, wrong teleport, at the end of
Franklin's
wrong home. Oh, why am I spawning here?
It's what friends
Whatever.
do. Yeah.
At the very end of,
What I heard. Yeah. Maybe not.
whatchamacallit? Hangtime. The very end of Hangtime we set this one up. So yeah,
I don't know mission names of this game. Sorry.
can't blame you. And you're not a 5 runner. Only unofficial.
No, I am. I am, if anything, an epsilon runner, and that's hardly a category, is it?
I mean, believe in the epsilon superiority.
I do too.
Let's go. It's downtown. Do like a small text manipulation. Hopefully, if I split correctly. Manipulate brewery text. Cleaning text, rather. There we go. Very nice.
Cool beans.
Exactly. Now, this split, what I just did, which ends on triggering the mission, took me 5.5 minutes.
Enjoying a little labor dispute.
It was desperate
We're about to
times.
do something really.
Alright.
Take us to
And
the FIB
off to
building.
cleaning. Riggy, why don't you tell us a little bit about cleaning the bureau?
Cleaning the bureau is a mission in GTA 5. In the speedrun, this is the first mission of the bureau raid segment. The first thing you do is you drive to a parking garage where you have to wait for the janitor's car, as it says on the screen right now. This is a scripted car. It is a red Stania.
Oh, I don't know car names.
I need to know this for SSSA when it eventually comes out. And it's either the 4th or the 5th car exiting the garage. And this is one of those classic missions of all GTAs have. It's one of the ones where you have to tail someone. AKA probably the most boring missions for a speedrun there are.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Is
That's it?
we can't follow the janitor too closely. We have to wait for him to get to where he's going. And he is obviously bound to the road rules, so he will have to stop for red lights and whatnot. So all we can do is basically hope that we get a good traffic light pattern, that we get the 4th car. And it is.
It is, hell yeah. So,
nice, yay.
first bit of RNG. I think there is, let me not lie, 4 more traffic lights. So 5 instances where RNG can really screw you over. Common strategy, you'll see people doing the speedruns despawning traffic, red lights, yoo-hoo. Which you don't have to do here, obviously. But there's actually a fairly short red light, so we take that.
Doesn't America have this? You can turn right when it's red, or is that only on certain intersections?
I would be surprised if that's a general thing, right?
Any Americans here who can confirm this, because I've always wondered about that.
The FIB's West Coast headquarters, you're gonna need more than a
Oh, he ran red lights, my god. That must have been very close.
What a guy.
What a guy. Oh, it's actually 5 traffic lights, not 4. Again?
Oh my god.
What's he doing? He's gone rogue. You can go anywhere now.
In spades.
Final one. It's green. It turned. Ah, it just turned red.
It's not completely rogue yet.
Eh. There we go. Still overall,
Yeah, that was really
one of the
decent, actually.
cleaner cleanings that I've seen.
And maybe his overalls and an ID.
And if he don't cooperate,
And Storm is going to do a cool thing here, which is one of the warps. Which is one of the warps. Basically, if your driver's door is obstructed, you're not stuck, are you? Okay.
We're like.
If the driver's door is obstructed, I'm sure you explained this before, but I'll just do it again.
I think I have. Oh.
If the driver's door is obstructed and there is.
What did I do? Oh my god, I didn't trigger the yellow dots, did I? Wait, did I? I wasn't paying attention. Did I trigger the yellow dot?
I also was not paying attention.
Fuck. That's what happens when you get like caught up in strat explanation.
Yeah. Driver's door is obstructed. Someone's in the passenger seat. There's no animation for you to get out, so you just warp out.
I went too far. I haven't played this mission forever. Thank you, Sir Mix. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, right. Because you're not meant to. You're meant to only drive until there. I always use the green stuff as reference. Oh god, leave me alone.
The green stuff.
And then the yellow dot triggers automatically. That's the way it works. And you can technically start running as soon as you hear like the squeaking of the door, but I don't even care. I'll just play this safe now.
You got another one of those, Harvey?
And we don't do any out of bounds. You can technically out of bounds in this too, but there's a chance you just get stuck. So we don't want to do that. And I think I set the user location down here, not up there, so I'll just reset it. It'll save me a little bit of time on the next mission. Actually, not on the next one, on the one afterwards, and I almost teleported too early. I don't know if that can screw me over. Yeah, through that. Yellow dot wasn't there. Alright.
Is this reuniting?
This is reuniting. Which is a category where DM isn't too useful again. Because reuniting consists of just a bunch of very short drives. To an extent where teleporting on 2 out of the 4 ones doesn't actually save time. And on one it's barely faster, I think. But it is
assuming
still...
the last one.
Yeah, the last one is where you save a lot of time. The one before that you also save a little bit of time through like where you teleport to the perp here.
Yeah.
Okay, here they are. No caffeine.
Reselect already.
Excuse me, I'm trying.
I think Tracy's over at the tattoo.
Surprised there's no teleport on that main boulevard or whatever it is.
Yeah, you'd expect so, right?
Because, I mean, if you're gonna do something in director mode, you know, what it's actually meant to be for.
Yeah, like just the theater, right? That would make sense.
That would be like a good place to do things.
Hey, let me ask you. Back there with your mom.
Yeah, you'd expect so, I guess. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking when they came up with these locations.
Probably didn't put too much thought into them. So yeah, nice fucking...
Most likely not.
Are you popping a fucking tent over here? You fucking... Ah, you made me a pouty fucking hipster. Ah! Ugh. Ow! This is gonna make
And we have to draw something on Laszlo.
Something obscure. Do not do this at home.
How about I draw those 3 little pubic hairs on here too? There we go.
Alright, and all that's left is like a small collection of mini games that aren't particularly interesting.
You could use a tattoo gun. It's one of those skills you pick up in prison. You know.
I don't know. I don't have a tattoo, but I don't think tattoo needles work that fast.
Probably not. I mean, I guess especially when you like care about level of detail, which Michael probably didn't, but still. It's a video game.
That is true.
I don't know why he'd be better positioned to help for dysfunctionals.
Can I go through that? Yes.
Well, I guess it beats yoga.
Huh? Now he beats yoga. Literally. Like Fabian around the head with the laptop? Oh yeah, like pow! Our old man released the dude's inner tranquility all over the beam machine patio.
To be honest, and I know it's karmically bad,
Michael,
but yeah, I fucking
kids.
hate that dude.
Let's go inside.
Michael, kids, let's go inside. Okay.
Amazing. Okay. And now all that's left to do is teleport back. Boom.
Amanda.
Are you gonna take us home then?
Abandon anyone here?
What?
Where
Like
my
Lamar.
face?
Still had a ways to go. You know, like maybe we need more time.
Laughing through the pain.
Time to move beyond screaming at each other.
Kids?
Up next, another mission that is a little cathartic. Because
Catharsis all over my
catharsis all over my face. Another mission where you have a cop chase. This one isn't like that cathartic either because the cop chase doesn't matter, you can be seen by them, you just respray. But it's still quite cool to instead of just go on this whole chase sequence to just like dip. That is quite cool. You will see in a second what I mean, although I think if you paid attention you can already imagine what's gonna happen. We're just gonna get the objective and then teleport away. Like this sneaky little thing we are.
Alright, don't fuck it up.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Add RNG on the job location of the plants. Still gold. Rawr. Okay, let's see.
Do you
if I
still have
can-
that gold sound effect?
I took it out for this one. The other, I guess I could have kept it in. Okay. Oh fuck, I forgot to split. Oh, it's gonna be great now. I don't think I can do the manip. Just try it regardless. We'll see. Actually, no, I won't bother. Just wait. But what I will use the time for is to cap up home.
Any jobs I can pick up?
Copy that. I've got someone for you.
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
Cap up, one of those things that we explained before. One. And now I just have to wait for the text. Where you, where I abuse the fact that we're transitioning from one mission state to the other. It is a funny strat. Adrian.
Do you think Brother Adrian is involved with the Epsilon program?
Sounds like it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Although
I always thought they
Franklin-
would like.
Oh boy. Franklin, according to the Epsilon website, is not a worthy whatever, so I don't know. It's weird
That's
that he
just
trusts
racism.
to. I mean, potentially. Although Trevor isn't either. It's more
Well,
like how much money
Trevor's
do you have?
mental.
Oh my god, this is starting to get ridiculous. I should have totally tapped it on it. It has a like a very it has a very precise number of inputs you have to take in a short amount of time. There you go. So it is quite difficult. Guess I shouldn't have tried to even cab walk home. Should have done this after.
Alright, with the sad goodbyes.
But hey. As a compromise, we're not using Michael's shit car, but actually the fun Ink motorcycle we spawned out of thin air. The jump that you may be familiar with obviously does not work in this. We do need a lot more speed than we can physically do without Franklin's power. So what we have to resort to is this very underwhelming and boring little drive here.
That didn't involve someone shooting you for being so goddamn miserable.
Oh, what is this? Pick on
Looks
me
kind of
day?
silly.
Look, I know
with
I'm a
Michael in the
miserable
suit on
prick,
the
but
back.
give me a break. You and Lester. Shit.
So the plan was feeling sorry for your ass, right? I miss Lester saying that shit, but sure. Let's feel sorry
On
for
the
Michael,
pink
Rich,
bike as well.
Poor Michael, who robbed banks
It's the
for
only
10
real
years
color
and
for
got
it.
his slate wiped clean.
True.
Yeah.
Poor Michaels, whose homies get into shit with the FIB out of the kindness of their own heart. Put their necks on the line.
What colors does it usually spawn like on the street? I feel like a
Hearts?
red. Yeah.
Red and black, I think.
Red and black. I think I once got an orange one when I was doing Epsilon with bike strats still.
I don't know if there's like any difference in the pattern, like if the game counts for that, or if it's just like the spawn table doesn't ignore his colors and you just take a random one. The magic
because
is
if
how it
you
works.
because
pink I've never
like
seen.
if you take a tornado, for example, which is one of the Epsilon cars that you need, you always sort of see them in either black or grey.
Yeah.
And then when you see one in red, for example, it like sticks out.
Yeah, that's rare. Yeah, I'm not sure how, I guess the colors of cars that run respawn work. Not like it matters for us, right? But it's
No,
interesting.
it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's interesting how the game is programmed, like to not have a lot of color variety in different traffic spawns.
No. Okay, nothing really teleport-wise we can use here.
No, this is also the final mission of the Bureau Raid segment. This is the Bureau Raid. It's I don't think you can do much here with DM apart from teleport at the end.
Yeah, not really.
And I guess give yourself invincibility.
Yeah.
For the shootout.
There's some funny stuff that I've ran into before where why am I like, hello? Trigger this? Thank you. Never heard. Maybe I just like did something wrong there because I wasn't paying attention again. I had one thing happen to me once where I set time of day in the first part of the shootout and then the cutscene of the heli crashing never came. I think that's if you like change the time of day too far. But I'm not 100% sure, so if possible I'll just try and avoid that. Although I did look it up, the time that the game pauses on during the shootout is 1 AM, so I suppose I could manually set it to 1 AM, but I don't want to like soft lock here, that would be really stupid.
Yeah. Let's not risk it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a controller, so I can't do this fast. Sue me.
Same vibes as Josh yesterday when he did Undead Nightmare without controller.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, that I can imagine you actually like not need, but like need the controller for. Okay, hold up, let me focus. Way too old for this stuff. I see a 68, but it's the wrong 68. I see an 86. What the fuck? There it is.
Okay, connection established.
I didn't see it at all.
Oh.
But I actually am old.
I can say that too.
Tomorrow I'll be a year older.
Looks like we're in.
Oh, yeah, true. Wow, what happened to time? Yeah, Jesus.
People, we're rewriting history.
Reading suit. Do we have ammo?
Hey, we were prepared for this. Let's take it. I don't want to wait on that chopper. Bring it down to the building. Be ready to go.
Airlift initiated. Flying by the building.
They're on top of us. Don't want to fight. Just
DM stands for directed mode, which is a glitch
Actually,
you
why
can
am I not
do.
using...
Yeah, use the big guns. Use the rail gun. That's awesome.
That's the last one. Yes.
It's not my birthday yet. Oh, it's tomorrow. Easy to remember. 12/12.
12/12 now.
Change of plan. Use the backup gear. Make our way down the building. Rappel
Because for some reason, Americans thought it would be a good idea to have their dates or their day dates before the month or after the month. So completely mind fucked.
Although let's not get into this discussion now. I don't want like a bunch of people getting angry at me now. All right.
In the end, it's just what we as Europeans are used to, and what they as Americans are used to.
Although it does make sense to like scale it up, right? It's like day is like the smallest thing, and then month is the second biggest, and then year's the biggest.
You'd think, yeah. Gotta be 12 somewhere in the world. Yeah, in Australia, I'm already 31. Fuck me, that's a depressing thought. Who the fuck is Gustavo? Any reference, get us?
Yes. Okay. In my silly little brain, I forgot that once I apply invincibility, I can shoot my beloved little teammates. That's rapid fire. So by trying to set my invincibility, I actually just then ended up shooting Gustavo. Which is obviously not meant to happen.
No.
And
Gustavo
couldn't have happened in a normal run.
Come on! Hey, we got a problem up here. Sprinkler system.
Get out of my way.
Can't see anything.
You have to kill these guys?
Yeah. They will just kill.
the grenade, the C4 strat is still amazing.
Yeah.
Some walking bomb.
It is part of my, it's like my favorite, like, micro strat, I guess. Especially while, like, killing multiple in one go, it is also fast. Like, I'm not just doing this for shits and giggles.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Bro. Hi.
Come on.
Then he got lost.
Never do this in first person.
We low enough?
Yeah.
That is a funny line, yeah.
It don't look like they're for us. Not yet, at least.
An air unit seen you on the side of the building. Look out, guys.
Ah, crap! They got a bird.
Did you miss?
It's actually surprisingly difficult to hit it with the railgun. Like, the railgun has a...
Gotta take out that chopper.
Okay, that shouldn't happen.
What about the RPG?
What? No, what?
Lenny, please.
The railgun has a surprisingly... you need to be surprisingly accurate with the railgun. Obviously, the RPG was a skill issue. Because the thing actually moved. Like, that's the advantage of the railgun. It basically... Like, it just fires so quickly that you don't have to account for the thing moving around.
Public sector assholes.
I'm a Counter-Strike player. In Counter-Strike, there is no... come on. It has a surprise. Like, I think that's the other thing. It has a surprisingly low radius. Like, you wouldn't expect the gun to have a low radius like this.
Yeah.
Noob tube? The noob tube is the rocket launcher, right?
Before they see us.
Well,
close enough.
Yeah, it's what Lester says, but an actual, what is known as a nuke would be a grenade launcher.
Yeah, that's true too.
Like in pop culture reference.
Yeah, exactly.
The noob tube is it's actually a underrail grenade launcher.
Oh, shot it a little. Shot it a lot. Okay, we need a phone call here. During which I can't bring up my menu, so I'm like kind of forced to sit around like a fool. There we go. And that does start the final part of the game.
It's called The Third Way.
Mm-hmm. Never in doubt.
That's on you,
No.
dickwad.
No, never.
If only you knew that I got the Ricky phone call on carbine rifles. Oh god, what a meme of a run, huh?
I remember listening to that actually, yeah.
Ricky?
Ricky?
Yeah, I accidentally, like, I just didn't start aiming, because, I don't know, I didn't forget, I just was like a little silly. Fumbled around a little, because I accidentally put my phone up first instead of aiming. And then I forgot to put on sleep mode, so yeah. Can happen, okay? This mission is also like a little bit of a fun one. If you approach Molly like head on basically from the road, you'll just mission fail. Because you cannot be too close to Molly for some reason. So you have to drive all the way around there, then kind of approach it from the side. Can't trigger the mission from this side for some reason. But that aside, we have the Barty on legal trouble, so it factually plays the same until the very end, so nothing very special to see here, just this very scripted chase where we try and cut corners wherever we can to try and get ahead as far as possible to maximize rubber banding and to avoid those pesky little slow down cutscenes Rockstar put in of like the car almost crashing and a bunch of civilians dying.
Say it like it is, pal. She's totally flipped.
So that's fun.
Yeah. In video games.
Death in video games. How funny that is.
There is a strat to like skip the cutscene that plays here at the very end. Like speed up a little. But it doesn't work very consistently. I will try and block the door with my bike, which I need to do anyway. Otherwise I mission fail for some reason. I think the clue is to... No. I haven't like done too much research towards that, but sometimes you can just like block the door. I think you need to be not on... I think you need to be on foot. For this to work. Also, like if you don't, for some reason... Yeah, it just mission failed sometimes.
Oh no.
I'm here?
Oh no! Oh no! Well, that's just plain unfortunate. But you get to try again.
It's not unfortunate. It's not how the game works.
Maybe you're on mission -1. So you're down a checkpoint.
I mean, no, that is true. There's no checkpoint actually anywhere.
Oh, there isn't. Okay.
That is perfectly fine. You mission fail for some reason when you like drive the Barty into this pre-room. You do mission fail. That's normal. The way you avoid it is by getting off the Barty and then back on it. I did that. I don't know why it didn't work. I did this exact same movement like 4 times before. Never failed me. But I think it's just part of the narrative of this run.
Oh
like
yeah,
Pac-Man and not military hardware, Merryweather heist, including things I basically have never seen before. So yeah, I'll just roll with it. But yeah, very disappointing. Another like easily 2 minutes. Bad category. Starting to agree with you.
It's just GTA 5 being GTA 5.
I'll be a good boy this time around. Actually, maybe cuts skip. I'll be a good boy. I will do it exactly as other Rockstar wants me to do it. The advantage you have is that you can drive the Barty all the way.
It's still there.
I'm not being tempted. Nope. I'm not even gonna risk it. I'm not even gonna risk it.
Still there.
Not you.
Why is it still there?
Right, which means we would be able to drive to the thing. It wasn't worth it at all. But, yeah, it just be like this. Isn't there like a thing where you mission fail in the section when you stop and go for a drink? Is that a thing? It's like something stupid on this part of the mission, so yeah. For some reason they were like really persistent in this, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. So, Jesus. Here is another funny thing where you soft look if you arrive to this mission on a vehicle. So we're gonna be getting off a little soon. It's way too soon, but I don't like risking it. You can wheelie, so there's a way to dodge it, but it only works like semi-reliably, so I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, just hard lock if you arrive in a vehicle, right?
Yeah, exactly. And nothing you can do there. Also very weird, I don't know why that happens, or has never been patched. They will know.
Another thing that is kind of weird is most of the missions, when you walk into the marker, they don't really make you walk all these distances.
Yeah, usually
like
not.
they do
So
right here.
Yeah.
This is kind of weird, just a weird artistic choice to have you walk all the way up to Davy instead of just starting the cutscene when you walk into the marker here, or putting the marker here.
Yeah. Especially because like this area is not like locked off or anything. Like you can normally access it in free roam. So yeah. You need to be very careful with not dying. Cause like you switch characters a bunch. There's a bunch of cutscenes. So yeah, just always nice and tidy. Change time of day. Maybe not do that. But for the most part,
and what eyes me? I'd be better
stick
off
to
putting
the
my
script.
sights on him.
Then we're gonna take out the guys that we need to take out. And this is why we went off there the way, or the place where we did go off. So now we just take out these two, and we're gonna drive the party. I'm still yet to like be hit Dave while driving down the staircase, and I don't want to find out what happens if I do. And yeah, we're just gonna once again pick the teleport closest to where we need to be going next. And avoid this entire chase sequence, which is really annoying. Oh, I would have. Yeah, whatever. Slight detour.
Nice helmet.
Maybe
it's a basketball.
Yeah. It's actually a fairly good guess. I'm not 100% sure. Alright. On to the next mission, Lamada. So very funny because the spot where this mission primarily takes place is at the sawmill, which is also a teleport spot. I get the funny bug. I'm trying to run right now. Game won't let me do anything. It has to like get its shit together for a second. There we go. Funny thing about this mission is none of the enemies here like matter. There's one enemy by Lamar. They should retire, but that's fine. And there's another one, the sniper, which doesn't even spawn the way we usually do the mission. Yeah, the bot is actually screwed too. Never had to pop my tire before. These are the only two opponents that actually matter. All the other ones can be safely ignored on this first part, and on the way back it's also only the ones close to the entrance that matter. And Lamar unfortunately escaped the range of the C4, so it's gonna kill Michael. And yes, Michael tanks a lot of bullets.
Wow.
Michael
Tough guy.
is built different, yeah.
Bye, thanks. Is we ever gonna get a proper introduction, dog?
Alright. And now just a short drive away from it of that, and the next mission.
Or get killed, opportunity. Man, you
which is gonna be Meltdown.
Nah, nigga, a realist. Cause in reality, all them
Featuring
fools gonna
the
clap your ass.
coolest shooter we have in this game. So, to be expected is that it completely mess it up.
Which I still ain't been paid for, incidentally. All secluded and shit. Nigga. So I guess.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Alright. Phone call. And call Dave.
Yep.
World record. Oh, I hung up very early. Should be fine. World record is 5:50. I think it should be able to go to like 4:45, maybe closer to 40, even without like crackhead gameplay. But we'll see.
Producer does not drive himself to the premiere.
This definitely ended.
Stop messing around.
Too much nonsense.
Premiere.
A stretch limo.
We'll see if Lenny ever picks up this category again after today.
I mean, I kinda learned it, so I kinda have to.
True.
You know, I'm really proud of you, even though
I wasn't sure if I want to. I have a lot of stuff to do with uni, so I'm unsure if I want to bother playing too much GTA 5. But I will see. It is quite a time commitment to like sink 5 hours into this.
We gotta get to the house.
And of course, it wouldn't be for nothing. Being able to run here is obviously reason enough.
Can the movie, and then his lawyer died,
Oh,
and
it's one
he
with that
just told
direction.
me he's gonna hurt your mom.
you killed his lawyer, and now he's gonna kill Mom and Tracy.
He ain't gonna do anything if I gotta say in
It's-
it.
Thanks, Antonio.
Kill his lawyer?
Thanks, Antonio.
It was an accident. I would never do anything to put you in danger. Shit.
So
All
much
right, Jimmy,
nonsense here.
you gotta hide. I'm gonna find the girls.
Be careful, Dad.
Daddy's home, you prick.
If I could shot at all.
We gotta get in there, Michael. He's in
Clear the building! No one leave!
Okay. Invincibility applied. We're gonna be looking down so we don't spawn anyone in. We're gonna be dropping another C4 here where all of the other guys will spawn. At least 4 of them. We're gonna be walking here, then we're gonna be triggering the guys and immediately detonate the C4, kill the guy, and grenade launch these guys. Ah, fuck no. Could have been so cool. Close enough though.
Still pretty good.
I think they're gone.
It is by far the coolest shooter.
Definitely, yeah. It's pretty cool.
They came to my house.
Oh, stop. Alright, off to the final stretch. This one I'm worried about because I haven't done gauntlets in like a year, and I remember I failed it at some point, but hey, we're just gonna roll with it and see what happens. Ah, bro.
Bruh.
My boy, Mike. Good to see you.
Obviously gonna be driving our vehicle inside here, but not past the yellow door because others will disrupt the mission for some reason. What are you doing here? Oh!
Sorry I'm late.
The beauty of in-time rendered cutscenes. Or real-time rendered cutscenes. Oh, nope, not always. There we go.
I knew you'd like that.
Sounds kind of.
I think he
Obviously,
means
it's done in mission skips.
This is done in mission scripts, yes. Alrighty. And slot. As well as vehicle density too high, because we're going to be needing that. Now this is the moment where I once again don't remember how big the requeue for gauntlets is. Probably too high. I might have to like wait a little for text here, but if so it doesn't matter. It's a bit safe. Right, gonna be applying the stuff we need because we're gonna be duping this gauntlet. the vehicle that we're gonna need for the final heist, big score. We're doing setups for it now. Instead of collecting 3 random gauntlets, we're just gonna spawn one in out of thin air, applying the correct what do you call that? I guess
Upgrade.
we tune it, upgrade in a way, yeah, exactly, like the way it wants it to. And then we are gonna be duping these. Or this one, we're gonna be duping this one. For that, we're gonna use a cab so we can warp in and out of the gauntlets. And we're basically gonna be trying to do 2 times, I guess, so we have the one already, is to deliver it, warp ourselves back into the garage. Should be fine. And then warp ourselves out again. Oh no, warp ourselves into the gauntlet. Okay. This looks good. And yes, unnamed is crazy. Sweet.
We knew that.
Oh yeah. The doors of this gauntlet are locked because this is the one that we technically just delivered. But by getting in before the game can actually deliver it, we just dupe another one. So, and we're gonna do the exact same again.
Yeah, you can always get into locked cars by having both doors obstructed and basically no way to enter the car. Then it doesn't matter that it's locked. Doesn't work in real life.
Unfortunately, I tried many times. The was like going crazy.
It was jamming.
Yeah.
Is El Sonidito playing on the taxi?
Phone call, then we need to text anyway. Yeah, the missing text is now very unfortunate. Because that means that we once again left to whatever RNG has in store for us. But there shouldn't be too much on queue now. We drained the queue like crazy. Of course.
Izzle first.
I did at some point try and find him a nib for stingers. But that does not seem to be possible. So, I guess that's my thing compared to Gordo. I don't even try to have good text management. I just try and manip my way through every single time we need a text message. Works better in some places, worse in others, and I just forgot. Oh well, whatever. Obviously we can't have a wanted level here, so we can just ignore all the cops. And just teleport back to where we came from. Who are you? Why are you here? I will not be drinking cola this week.
I'm playing Fortnite.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I need to leave him. Stupid. Paying attention again. Yeah, DM Hundo is quite the category. I wanted to do a run of that, but I was like, nah, I don't have the time to just play 10 hours for the category that will not be on the board. And then, I don't know, I guess since then I haven't bothered. It would be a little uncanny for me to like suggest in mod chat to be adding direct mod category, another one.
Let me just add this category in a very specific niche that only very few people, including me, run.
Yeah. Oh boy.
mean the new
like me
old
saying,
crew.
hey, let's
The
add
old new crew.
um
Crew 2.0.
any percent classic to Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah.
Who's
So you did
gonna
run of
do
that,
it?
right?
I did one of
Remember
that,
that,
yeah.
yeah.
I did, yeah.
It's 2.
Hey, we don't need talk like that. Not today.
They need to know who they're getting into it with.
You want to be a bitch? Get out of the
You know
car,
what the
bitch.
most annoying
You
thing
wanna
about
do
that
this
is? Me
thing?
doing that
Close your
run
fucking mouth and say
for
the
that
bullshit
category
later.
that's like no,
All right, truck's
never
out here,
gonna
you guys can
exist.
sit tight.
Is that
No
run
need
was
to
actually
panic.
really, really good.
Yeah.
That
That's a
run was
shame.
really, really good, and
We just
I
gotta
just
wait.
wasted all of this by not fast traveling.
All right, here we go. This is it.
That is a big shame.
The stinger. Now keep driving.
Alright, unfortunately this approach is very slow and very boring, and there's close to no strats, and therefore also close to no DM usage in the first part. Unfortunately, the same kind of applies to the second part, which is just a massive shootout. I thought about maybe it being possible for the other approach to be faster, because there's one section where you need to escape the cops, which you obviously wouldn't have to do. But the other problem is that the setup's also quite lengthy and take you to spots of the map that aren't very well...
Next stop, the Union Depository.
that aren't very spread out.
Relax, man. I'm the one
No, I'm not doing obvious. Why would I be doing obvious?
How about to rob the biggest bank on the planet?
Mission skips is doing obvious, but that is not because of like DM. That's because you have taxi fast travel, so the missions themselves being so far away doesn't matter. And you have well, mission skips, so the missions are also quite lengthy. Like you have to like transport this train. Yeah, exactly. I think even in taxi it wouldn't really be fast, because I mean it's not used in the taxi category, right? It's really the mix of taxi and mission skipping, and I think the latter is more important. If you look at like the IL board, for example, of the big square approaches, then you can see that they are almost tied in how long they are. So obviously there's no teleporting, like we teleport just home on the final drive, so that's like a chunky time save that we wouldn't have in the obvious approach. But that obviously fully disregards the setups. Yeah, I also hope Riggy doesn't miss
that
the
nasty
RDR run.
word.
Nasty word? Oh yeah, B***CH in a game that just uses like... She doesn't use that many slurs, GTA 5.
I was talking about you. You said a very nasty word.
I said a nasty word?
Yeah, very, very nasty.
And I know you're trolling, but I'm not sure what I said. What did I say?
The thing nearly made me throw up. 2 letters.
IL. Yeah, very
Sorry.
bad. Sorry. Yeah, IL. We don't speak good of IL here. We don't like IL, and if you like IL, that's perfectly fine. But no. All people are welcome.
The only IL
Triathlon
that
3
matters.
New Game Plus.
Yeah. Triathlon 3 New Game Plus. If you're not aware of what it is, please go on speedrun.com and look at the IL for Triathlon 3 New Game Plus, because that's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Moderation.
Thanks. No.
Do the sun jump.
Really?
I will. And if you don't know what ILs are, keep it that way. Yeah, so here it actually doesn't like matter at all what you do. You're meant to follow Trevor, but Trevor just drives in a circle, and then you get a phone call, which cuts you off this. So in Hundo, this is a nice little backup you can do, and I just like sometimes do it for fun.
Control. We got the medal.
Let's see.
What's your situation?
I have traffic enabled, so... no!
I just had to view. In a run where you have the power to disable traffic,
yeah,
this happens.
Yeah, it's honestly my fault.
Here we go.
I got you a clean connection. Shouldn't be any lag on switches.
Alright, and now for this very fun minigame that accurately represents how hacking works, because yeah.
Commands. Does Ben have that emote? No, he doesn't. Okay. Ben really slacking on the emotes.
Hey, I picked up more Merryweather northwest of your position.
He doesn't have Lenny phone either.
Wow.
Wow.
Right at this junction.
This eBen guy better make me mod on 7TV.
Hey, keep straight head right over this.
Green light ahead.
Okay, look, so you're gonna go right at
Isn't this a fun little mini?
Merryweather on the west of the grid.
Actually, I also fell asleep a little, so I hope this guy doesn't screw us.
Now you gotta make a right here.
Ooh. Let's drive faster. Never heard this dialogue before.
Done. This one's clear.
Oh shit, look out. More Merryweather's coming from the north.
Very good.
Okay, now we almost clear.
The light is green.
Okay, now for another shooter that I haven't done in ages. Let's see.
Good question.
Actually, I totally want ability here.
Yes. It is
dying,
recommended.
Good. They're using flashlights? Mr. Guy.
Very cool.
Shit angle on this one. Can I do this? Yeah. It's actually a very difficult shootout, which you can manage more or less well if you know what you're doing. Which I guess don't. They come in waves. It's a lot happening. But I'm doing like okay. This is not the order you're meant to be doing, but hey, it's close enough. Because it's one guy left. Come on.
Look at him hide.
Actually, kind of a cool detail that they just start using flashlights.
Yeah,
you know, like
that's
that's
actually
totally
cool.
not in the code. Like what would they do? I guess it's just the default. If it's too dark, you use flashlights.
Yeah. Evidently. Very nice.
Oh boy.
Oof.
Oh no, don't kill me.
Oof.
Can mission failure if you do too much damage, or if you power too much, which obviously can't happen in this.
You can mission fail if you power too much? I didn't actually
if
know
you
that.
power too much, I don't actually know what happens. I think it's probably like some physics glitch, like complications. This is another one of those missions where how close you are following them doesn't matter, or how you're following them doesn't matter. You just need to stay close to them. So we are in a tunnel underneath them, and the game is completely content with that. The fuck was that?
Look to be a police car.
Let's not blow up here. Jesus.
Can you actually blow up?
I don't know, I've never tried, and I'm not too inclined to find out. I know that once or not I, but like another random car blocked one of the police car that blows up. So it like completely prevented the explosion, which I didn't know because I thought it was full scripted. But yeah, you can prevent the explosion from happening at the very least.
Okay, but like if you try to blow yourself up when you have invincibility on, does it still destroy your car? And you're just in the okay.
So I'd imagine you mission fail
yeah,
for
it would still mission fail you then, yeah.
destroying the car.
Hey, we can't even afford a fucking driver to...
And sadly, no yump.
No yump. Just a
No
teleport home. My notes are wrong. I blame it on my notes. Wait, what? I overwrote the wrong slot. Okay, that's great.
We're just leaving the goal.
I overwrote the wrong slot.
Oh
That
no.
happened. Yeah, I know when it happened. I forgot to reset it to start a meltdown.
Hey, T.
No, at the start of Meltdown I reset, like I don't want... my original plan wasn't to have a user location left at Franklin's, but rather to have, to cab warp to Franklin's at the end, at the start of Third Way.
I see. Well, you have one now.
Yeah. And of course, my inability to remove the traffic, even though I totally can, might cost me a little bit more time.
And it's a big if, Ken, that I can finally really retire.
Watch it, Frank. Michael likes to retire with a very interesting exit strategy.
Yeah, I changed that goal. I think in my PB was still the way you're describing it, but I changed that. I think that should be worth it.
One mission left.
So obviously you have one now. Alright, and all that's left is the Third Way.
Underestimate.
Sorry, come again?
You might actually make it underestimate.
I don't think so, but it is possible, yeah.
Possible.
The problem is that the Third Way is a very technical mission with a lot of switching around, and it's very, very, very easy to die. Very easy. So I think I'll play it very safe. I think I'll play it very safe to not like lose like 5 or 10 minutes potentially to like some random nonsense, or even lose directive mode.
No. We want
It's quite impressive how messy this run has been so far. And yet, the most common pitfall, dying and losing the menu, hasn't happened to me, but instead like pretty much everything else that can go wrong could go wrong. Ah, Simeon call. Oh no, what are we going to do? And I'll say, oh, you can
I hope you like the bagger.
What's the panic, bro? What the fuck do you think? Man, imagine a fucking scenario that will fuck things up the worst. Boy, my mind is just racing, but you know, I don't want to...
Thank you. Alright. Off to Lamar, which you're gonna have to pick up for some reason, even though Lamar is utterly useless. So you can help us when a private army comes for us. I'm not sure if I understand the logic behind that, but hey.
Could have fooled me.
Where we going? We heading to the foundry place. Hey, look, hear me out, man.
Yeah, like I'm not sure if you like actually fully optimize stuff if you can go like lower than 440, but even with just a normal run that doesn't why would I be doing ledge buffer, bro? Never learned ledge buffer. I just at some point fell like out of the map or something, and I did not want that to happen like at all. So, and how much is ledge buffer save? Like a second? Yeah, I mean, Unnamed said multiple times. I edged him about it multiple times, but he always said he doesn't like the menuing. I don't know if he's just gonna stick with that, but I could see that be an actual reason. Oh, let's see.
The thing about it is, Alex hasn't gotten the world record yet, so he's got no incentive to run this.
Yeah, and maybe at some point Alex will run it once all the other categories are just locked in by Unnamed, and Alex has like no other choice. So if he like wants a WI is to like go to DM. Also, I forgot to RPG the in the left door, but whatever. So the other thing is that I'm not sure if you can actually like burn yourself. I tried it and it just didn't work. so I guess I have to like wait out the dialogue here. Which is weird because I could have sworn I used to do it before, but it just didn't work anymore last time.
All right, I'm looking for him.
And here you don't have power, so yeah, it's also like a little more scuffed than you're maybe used to.
What's the problem, T?
It's war zone outside, homies.
You're going down. Trevor, stop being a
The seasoned Counter-Strike player, Stormraid, can handle this.
Sometimes better than other times.
See you so worked up.
These people at all, I don't think it's it. I do want to like use C4 here, but I'm very scared of Michael just dying.
Yeah. Don't want to risk
It's
that.
super messy. Like I died here and I died here and Twisted died here and many people have died here. Because it is just very... Because you switch around so much, every switch just doesn't or unapplies invincibility. Meaning that in turn, you are very vulnerable to... And yeah, here again, even though I didn't switch characters, it just unapplied invincibility, and I don't know why. Like sometimes it feels like advancing like a checkpoint also kills it, but it's definitely not consistently the case, so I don't know.
Interesting regardless that it does that.
Yeah, man.
I mean, we're breaking the game in so many ways. It's so hard to keep track of exactly what the game does.
Yeah. Right.
We got one shot at this, guys.
And notes are labeled. Just making silly mistakes or not too. That also saved like 500 meters of driving. So with the like wrong teleport, it probably just wasn't worth it. Yeah, and we're obviously not gonna kill all of them because why would I care?
Pal, stretch. He ain't a problem no more, Frank.
Shit, he wasn't my pal. He was a dude.
Like, technically, burning yourself should be very... I mean, here it's not even worth it anyway.
No.
The only thing that's really important that I never really thought about is to not do Trevor last year, because then you have to like... I don't have ammo again for some reason. Yeah, the game just sometimes likes to take away my ammo. I wonder if you miss the shot, you still get the mission fail of crop swarming in, because that's obviously not meant to be able to happen.
Suppose it's triggered on Steve ducking, yeah.
Whatever. I'll go up there and get him.
Who's next? Hey, the boy changed.
Get into a car and explode yourself while invincible. Oh yeah, that actually makes sense. I also wondered if it makes sense to swap to the Bati here. Probably, I'm not sure, it's like such a short drive. Like the bagger isn't even that terrible. It's pretty bad, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, how come the GPS route is so large?
I don't know. Trust myself. So Oh, very cool
wow!
Very, very, very cool find.
That looks cool. Is there a teleport for the end?
Yeah. Doesn't save a lot of time though. And I didn't apply invincibility. Are you shooting me? I'm just driving past, bro.
Pretty sure they know what Trevor's truck looks like.
Actually, high chance. Using guns that you'll never be able to see in this video game. Or in this video game, the speedrun, I mean. You're not my maker.
I'm a walking combat situation, assholes.
And invincibility doesn't randomly go away. There is a reason, usually. But yeah. Final drive. And it is looking good, I think. This is a messy drive. gonna risk it still and put on thematically accurate weather.
Very
Ain't
nice.
that beautiful?
Driving around on a dirt road in the snow must be Switzerland.
While the handling of this car is already bad enough in this area, but yeah. Nice that the weather change also has like a semi-important moment, I guess, towards the end.
Will it stay on during the daylight switch?
I don't think so. I think this sets the weather too.
Okay.
But yeah, comfortable below estimate, I think.
Yes, easy.
Without a doubt. This is hilariously close to PBing. It might like roughly time my PB, which is insane. So my PB so much went wrong, and here so much more went wrong. But yeah. Timer will end on us pushing the, like the cutscene of us pushing the car over the road. Yeah, easy. Yeah, I'm seeing the ads too. and there we
GG.
go. Oi, oi, oi. What a mess. Can present the power of cutscenes and drag them out again. Stronger than that. There's 2 Franklins now. It was quite a run. I'm not even sure if I can give my closing speech now because people are just watching ads. But regardless, it was a fun one. Wish I would. I think I PB'd it, didn't I? Yeah, it is a PB by 15 or so seconds. So
Holy shit! Well done.
It was fun. I don't know where they like this looks so goofy. But yeah, thank you, Riggy. So you were here until the very end. But also thank you to Hostel and Rake, who, despite their sleeping issues, Rake because it's very early, Hostel because it was he slept very little. We're in here for a while. It was a great time. I do not regret it, even though some aspects of the run I do regret. I had a great time. I think that is it from me. Riggy, if you want to say something, go ahead.
Watch Red Dead 100 on Sunday.
Oh yes, and of course GTA 5 100% on tomorrow? No, on Friday. On Friday.
Friday, yeah. Watch that as well, yeah.
But honestly, just watch all of this because this marathon is great. I'm having a great time watching runs that I've never seen before. So thank you for the organization. Thank you for letting me do this. I think that is all from my side. So goodbye.
Bye-bye.